The story of Rome begins in the distant past, with origins that are part history and part myth. The foundations of Rome are steeped in legend, but beneath these stories lies a history shaped by ambition, warfare, diplomacy, and the gradual evolution of a city that would one day dominate the Mediterranean world. Let's begin this detailed exploration of Roman history with its earliest days, when the seeds of empire were first planted. In the mist of time, we turn to the 8th century BCE, to the heart of Italy. The region of Latium, located in central Italy, was home to a collection of small Latin tribes, who were farmers and shepherds. These early people lived in simple villages, scattered across the hills near the Tiber River. Their lives were shaped by the rhythm of the seasons, agriculture, and the challenges of surviving in a landscape surrounded by other, more powerful civilizations like the Etruscans to the north and Greek colonies to the south. The legend of Rome's founding takes us to the tale of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers who, according to Roman mythology, were the sons of the war god Mars and the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. Their story is filled with drama. Abandoned as infants, they were rescued and suckled by a she-wolf and later raised by a shepherd. As young men, they sought to establish a city of their own, but a quarrel erupted between them, and Romulus killed Remus. Thus, in 753 BCE, Romulus became the first king of Rome, giving his name to the city. While the myth of Romulus offers a poetic origin for Rome, historians believe the early settlement of Rome was more likely the result of the merging of small Latin villages on the Palatine Hill and the surrounding areas. These small communities, situated on key trade routes and near a ford on the Tiber River, had an advantageous position, and the settlement that grew there would later develop into a thriving city-state. The early Romans were skilled at agriculture and trade, but their real strength came from their willingness to learn from their neighbors and incorporate foreign ideas into their culture. As Rome began to grow, its interaction with neighboring cultures, especially the Etruscans, became vital to its development. The Etruscans were an advanced civilization to the north, known for their sophisticated art, architecture, and engineering. They influenced the young Roman kingdom in many ways, including the construction of urban infrastructure, religious practices, and even aspects of their political organization. One of the most important legacies the Etruscans gave Rome was the practice of constructing arches, which would later become a defining feature of Roman architecture. The early Roman kingdom, under the rule of its 7 legendary kings, was a period of gradual growth and consolidation. Rome transformed from a collection of huts into a fortified city, with public buildings, temples, and a strong military presence. Among the most notable of these kings was Servius Tullius, who is credited with organizing the Roman army and dividing the population into social classes based on wealth. This was a crucial development, as it laid the groundwork for Rome's future military dominance and political structure. However, the early monarchy did not last forever. The last king of Rome, Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, ruled with an iron fist. His reign became increasingly tyrannical, and his abuse of power led to widespread resentment. The final blow came when Tarquin's son, Sextus Tarquinius, raped Lucretia, a noblewoman of great virtue. Her tragic suicide, after she revealed the crime to her family, sparked outrage and led to a rebellion against the monarchy. In 509 BCE, Tarquin was overthrown, and the Roman monarchy was abolished, paving the way for the establishment of the Roman Republic. The transition from monarchy to republic was a defining moment in Roman history. Instead of being ruled by kings, Rome would now be governed by elected officials and the people, through institutions like the Senate and assemblies. The Roman Republic was born from the desire to prevent the concentration of power in the hands of one individual, and it introduced a complex system of checks and balances that would define Roman politics for centuries to come. 2 consuls were elected each year, and they would share executive authority. However, the real power lay with the Senate, a body composed of Rome's elite aristocrats, known as patricians. Despite the outward appearance of democracy, the early republic was deeply divided along class lines. The patricians, wealthy landowners, and descendants of the original Roman aristocracy, held most of the political power, while the plebeians, the common citizens, had little say in the government. This imbalance led to a series of conflicts known as the struggle of the orders, as the plebeians fought for more political representation and protections against the abuses of the elite. Over the course of several centuries, the plebeians slowly gained more rights, including the establishment of the office of tribune, which was designed to protect the interests of the common people. Tribunes had the power to veto laws that they believed were harmful to the plebeians, and their creation marked a significant step toward balancing the scales of power in the Republic. The Law of the 12 Tables, written in the mid-5th century BCE, was another critical development during this time. It was the first codification of Roman laws, and it provided a clear legal framework that applied to all citizens, offering some protection from arbitrary rule by the aristocracy. While Rome was developing its political system, it was also expanding its territory. Early in its history, Rome was one of many small city-states in central Italy, competing for resources and land with its neighbors. The early Republic saw Rome engage in a series of wars with the Etruscans, the Sabines, the Latins, and other Italic tribes. Through a combination of military strength, diplomacy, and strategic alliances, Rome gradually increased its power in the region. One of the key events during this period of expansion was the Latin War, 340 to 338 BCE. The Latin League, a coalition of Latin tribes, had long been an ally of Rome, but tensions grew as Rome's power expanded. The Latin League rebelled, seeking to break free from Roman dominance, but Rome decisively defeated them and dissolved the League. Rather than simply subjugating the Latin cities, Rome offered many of them a version of Roman citizenship, which granted certain legal rights and protections. This policy of integrating conquered peoples into the Roman system, rather than destroying them, became a hallmark of Roman imperial strategy and helped secure long-term loyalty from its subjects. As Rome solidified its dominance over central Italy, its attention turned to the south, where the powerful Greek colonies posed a new challenge. The Greek city of Tarentum, modern-day Taranto, called for aid from Pyrrhus of Epirus, a formidable Greek general and a cousin of Alexander the Great. Pyrrhus arrived in Italy in 280 BCE with a large army and a contingent of war elephants, an exotic and fearsome weapon that had rarely been seen in Italy before. Pyrrhus won several battles against the Romans, but his victories came at such a great cost that they became known as Pyrrhic victories. Despite winning on the battlefield, Pyrrhus could not sustain his campaign, and he eventually withdrew from Italy, leaving Rome to consolidate its control over the Greek cities in the south. By the mid-3rd century BCE, Rome had emerged as the dominant power in Italy. Its armies were well organized, disciplined, and increasingly experienced in warfare. Rome's political and military success was due in part to its ability to adapt and learn from its enemies, whether they were Etruscans, Greeks, or other Italic tribes. The Roman legion, the backbone of the Roman army, evolved into one of the most effective fighting forces in the ancient world, known for its flexibility, training, and cohesion. However, Rome's ambition soon grew beyond Italy. Across the Mediterranean, another great power was rising, Carthage, a wealthy and powerful city-state located in North Africa. Carthage had built a vast trading empire that extended across North Africa, Spain, and the western Mediterranean, and its navy was one of the most formidable in the ancient world. The stage was set for a clash between these two powers, and the result would be the first in a series of epic confrontations known as the Punic Wars. We begin with the First Punic War, which erupted in 264 BCE and lasted for 23 years. At its core, this war was about control of Sicily, a wealthy and strategically important island located at the crossroads of the Mediterranean. Sicily had long been a battleground for various powers, including the Greeks, the Etruscans, and now, Carthage and Rome. Carthage, as a maritime power, had established a strong presence in the western part of the island, while Rome, having consolidated its control over Italy, was eager to expand its influence further afield. The spark that ignited the war came from a conflict in the city of Messana, modern-day Messina, located on the northeastern tip of Sicily. The city had been seized by a group of mercenaries known as the Mamertines, who then found themselves caught between the forces of Syracuse, a Greek city-state in Sicily, and Carthage, The Mamertines, fearing defeat, sought help from both Rome and Carthage. While Carthage moved quickly to intervene, Rome saw an opportunity to assert its influence in Sicily and protect its interests against Carthage. In 264 BCE, the Roman Senate decided to send an army to Sicily, and the First Punic War began. At the start of the war, Rome was primarily a land-based power, while Carthage had a formidable navy that dominated the western Mediterranean. For Rome to challenge Carthage's dominance, it would need to build a fleet capable of competing with the powerful Carthaginian navy. In a remarkable demonstration of Roman adaptability, the Romans quickly constructed a fleet of warships, drawing on the expertise of captured Carthaginian ships to learn the art of naval warfare. The Roman fleet was equipped with a new innovation, the corvus, a type of boarding bridge that allowed Roman soldiers to turn naval battles into something more akin to land battles by boarding enemy ships and engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The use of the corvus paid off in the Battle of Mylae in 260 BCE, where the Roman fleet, under the command of Gaius Julius, scored a major victory over the Carthaginians. This victory was a turning point, as it proved that Rome could compete with Carthage at sea. Over the next several years, the war dragged on with both sides suffering heavy losses. The fighting was not limited to Sicily, it also spread to Sardinia and Corsica, and even saw Roman forces attempting to land in North Africa. One of the most significant episodes of the First Punic War was the Battle of Ecnomus in 256 BCE, often considered one of the largest naval battles in history. In this battle, the Roman fleet defeated the Carthaginians and succeeded in landing an army in Africa, where they hoped to strike at Carthage directly. However, this expedition ultimately failed when the Roman forces, under the command of Marcus Atilius Regulus, were defeated by the Carthaginians and their mercenary general, Xanthippus, a Spartan who had been hired to reorganize Carthage's defenses. Regulus was captured, and the Roman forces were forced to withdraw. Despite setbacks, Rome's persistence and ability to rebuild its fleets after devastating losses eventually wore down Carthage. The war dragged on for several more years, with both sides suffering from the immense financial and human cost of the conflict. Finally, in 241 BCE, the Roman fleet achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of the Aegates Islands, which forced Carthage to sue for peace. The Treaty of Lutatius, which ended the First Punic War, was harsh for Carthage. Carthage had to cede control of Sicily to Rome, marking the first time Rome had acquired territory outside of the Italian peninsula. Additionally, Carthage was required to pay a large indemnity to Rome, further weakening its position. For Rome, this victory marked the beginning of its expansion into the wider Mediterranean world. The period following the First Punic War was not one of peace for Carthage. The heavy indemnity payments and the loss of Sicily sparked internal unrest in Carthage, culminating in the Mercenary War, also known as the Truceless War, during which Carthage had to fight off a rebellion by its own mercenary soldiers. Meanwhile, Rome took advantage of Carthage's weakness to seize control of Sardinia and Corsica, further humiliating Carthage and consolidating Roman power in the western Mediterranean. However, the rivalry between Rome and Carthage was far from over. A generation after the First Punic War, the stage was set for an even more destructive conflict, the Second Punic War. At the heart of this war was one of the most famous military commanders in history, Hannibal Barca. Hannibal was the son of Hamilcar Barca, the Carthaginian general who had fought against Rome in the First Punic War and who had vowed revenge against Rome. After the defeat in the First Punic War, Hamilcar had turned his attention to Spain, where Carthage had begun to establish a new empire. Hamilcar's conquest of Spain was continued by his son-in-law Hasdrubal, and later by Hannibal himself. Spain, with its rich resources and skilled mercenaries, became the new base from which Carthage could challenge Rome's dominance. In 218 BCE, Hannibal, who had taken command of the Carthaginian forces in Spain, launched one of the most audacious military campaigns in history. Rather than confronting Rome in a direct naval or land assault, Hannibal decided to take the war to Italy itself. In an extraordinary feat of logistics and strategy, Hannibal marched his army, composed of Carthaginians, Spanish soldiers, and even war elephants, over the Pyrenees, through Gaul, modern-day France, and then across the Alps into northern Italy. This daring journey, made even more remarkable by the harsh winter conditions, cost Hannibal a significant portion of his army, but it caught the Romans completely off guard. Once in Italy, Hannibal began a series of devastating victories against Roman forces. The first major clash, the Battle of the Trebia in late 218 BCE, saw Hannibal decisively defeat a Roman army led by Tiberius Sempronius Longus. Hannibal's tactical genius became even more evident in 217 BCE at the Battle of Lake Trasimene, where he ambushed and annihilated a Roman force led by Gaius Flaminius, inflicting massive casualties on the Romans. However, Hannibal's greatest triumph came in 216 BCE at the Battle of Cannae, one of the most famous and studied battles in military history. At Cannae, Hannibal employed a brilliant tactic known as the double envelopment or pincer movement. Using his cavalry to outflank the Roman forces, he surrounded and destroyed a much larger Roman army, killing tens of thousands of Roman soldiers in what remains one of the most devastating defeats in Roman military history. Despite these victories, Hannibal faced a number of challenges. His army, though highly skilled, was far from invincible, and the long campaign in Italy stretched his supply lines thin. More importantly, Hannibal's strategy depended on causing the Italian allies of Rome to defect and join his cause. However, while some cities and regions did side with Hannibal, the majority remained loyal to Rome, and the Roman Senate, showing remarkable resilience, refused to negotiate with Hannibal even after the catastrophic defeat at Cannae. Rome, under the leadership of Quintus Fabius Maximus, adopted a new strategy. Instead of facing Hannibal directly, Roman forces would avoid large-scale battles and focus on harassing Hannibal's supply lines and attacking his allies. This strategy of attrition, known as Fabian tactics, gradually weakened Hannibal's position in Italy. Over time, Roman forces, led by generals such as Scipio Africanus, turned the tide of the war. Hannibal's inability to receive significant reinforcements from Carthage, combined with the growing strength of the Roman army, eventually forced him to retreat. The war culminated in 202 BCE with the Battle of Zama, fought on Carthaginian soil in North Africa. Here, Scipio Africanus defeated Hannibal in a decisive battle, ending the Second Punic War and securing Rome's supremacy over the Western Mediterranean. Following the victory over Hannibal and Carthage, Rome emerged from the Second Punic War as an unrivaled force in the Western Mediterranean. However, even as the dust settled in Italy and North Africa, Rome's eyes turned eastward, toward the Hellenistic kingdoms that dominated the Eastern Mediterranean. These kingdoms, remnants of Alexander the Great's empire, included Macedon, Syria, and Egypt, each ruled by descendants of Alexander's generals, the Diadochi. Though these kingdoms had once been powerful, by the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, they were embroiled in internal conflicts and weakening. The first significant confrontation between Rome and the Hellenistic world came in the form of the First Macedonian War, 214 to 205 BCE, fought during the same period as the Second Punic War. During this war, Philip V of Macedon, an ambitious king, sought to expand his influence in Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean while Rome was preoccupied with Hannibal. Though this war ended inconclusively with a negotiated peace, Rome's involvement in the region was only just beginning. The Second Macedonian War, 200 to 197 BCE, was sparked by renewed aggression from Philip V, who allied himself with Anchises III of the Seleucid Empire. Rome, seeing the growing threat of a Hellenistic alliance, responded by sending its legions to Greece. The Romans, with their superior military tactics and discipline, quickly defeated Philip at the Battle of Cynocephaly in 197 BCE. This victory marked a turning point, as it established Rome as a major power in the Eastern Mediterranean and ended Macedon's role as a dominant force in the region. Following the war, Rome declared itself the protector of Greek freedom, though this claim would soon ring hollow as Roman influence grew ever stronger. Rome's dominance over Greece continued to expand with the defeat of Anchises III in the Roman Seleucid War, 192 to 188 BCE. Anchises, the king of the Seleucid Empire, sought to expand his control over the Aegean and Greece, but his ambitions brought him into direct conflict with Rome. The Roman legions once again demonstrated their superiority, most notably at the Battle of Magnesia in 190 BCE, where Anchius's forces were decisively defeated. The subsequent peace treaty forced Anchius to relinquish his territories in Asia Minor and pay a hefty indemnity to Rome. This war further solidified Roman influence over the Hellenistic world and marked the decline of the Seleucid Empire. During this period of expansion, Rome's control over Carthage was still a pressing issue. Although Carthage had been severely weakened by the Second Punic War and was no longer a military threat, its resurgence as a prosperous trading hub in North Africa caused alarm in Rome. The Third Punic War, which began in 149 BCE, was more of a siege than a full-scale war. Carthage, which had paid off its war indemnity to Rome and rebuilt its economy, was thriving once again, but Roman leaders, particularly the influential Senator Cato the Elder, feared that Carthage's recovery would eventually lead to renewed conflict. Cato famously ended every speech with the words, "Carthago delenda est," Carthage must be destroyed, reflecting the growing sentiment in Rome that the city should be wiped out once and for all. In 149 BCE, the Romans found their pretext for war when Carthage defended itself against an attack by the Numidians, who were allies of Rome. This act of defiance gave Rome the excuse it needed to declare war. The Roman legions, led by Scipio Aemilianus, laid siege to Carthage, cutting off its food supply and bombarding the city. The siege lasted for 3 years, and in 146 BCE, Carthage finally fell. The Romans razed the city to the ground, killing or enslaving its inhabitants, and the territory of Carthage was annexed as the Roman province of Africa. With Carthage utterly destroyed, Rome had removed its greatest rival in the western Mediterranean. Rome's destruction of Carthage was not the only major event in 146 BCE. In the same year, Rome crushed a major uprising in Greece, decisively defeating the Greek city-state of Corinth. After years of resentment toward Roman interference in Greek affairs, Corinth had rebelled against Rome's hegemony. In response, Roman forces sacked the city, razed its buildings, and sold its citizens into slavery. The fall of Corinth marked the final conquest of Greece and the complete subjugation of the Greek world under Roman rule. With both Carthage and Corinth destroyed, Rome stood supreme as the uncontested power of the Mediterranean. However, Rome's rapid expansion brought with it new challenges. The wealth and territory gained from its conquests enriched the Roman elite but exacerbated the social and political divisions within the Republic. The influx of slaves from conquered territories fueled the growth of large estates owned by wealthy landowners, while many small farmers, unable to compete, lost their land and were forced into the cities, particularly Rome itself. The growing disparity between the rich and poor began to strain the fabric of Roman society. These internal tensions gave rise to the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, who sought to address the growing inequality through land reforms and other populist measures. In 133 BCE, Tiberius Gracchus, as a tribune of the plebs, proposed a law that would redistribute public land to Rome's poorer citizens. His reforms were met with fierce opposition from the Senate and the wealthy land-owning class. Tiberius' efforts to bypass the Senate and appeal directly to the popular assembly enraged the Roman elite, and he was ultimately assassinated by a group of senators and their supporters, marking a violent turning point in Roman politics. A decade later, Gaius Gracchus attempted to continue his brother's reforms, pushing for broader changes, including the distribution of grain to the poor and the extension of citizenship to Rome's Italian allies. Like his brother, Gaius was opposed by the Senate, and his efforts led to political chaos. In 121 BCE, Gaius and many of his followers were killed in a violent clash with the Senate supporters. The deaths of the Gracchi brothers marked the beginning of an era of increasing political violence and instability in the Roman Republic. As Rome's empire expanded, its political system, designed for a small city-state, began to show signs of strain. The Senate, composed of the aristocratic elite, was often unwilling or unable to address the growing needs of Rome's expanding population and the demands of its vast territories. Meanwhile, the Equites, a wealthy class of merchants and financiers, gained power and influence, further complicating the political landscape. Rome's military, once made up of citizen soldiers who served temporarily in times of war, became increasingly professionalized. The creation of a standing army, with soldiers loyal to their generals rather than the state, set the stage for future conflicts. Generals who could provide their troops with land and wealth after their service became powerful political figures in their own right, challenging the authority of the Senate. One such general was Gaius Marius, whose military reforms in the late 2nd century BCE allowed for the recruitment of landless citizens into the army. Marius, a brilliant general and a populist, rose to prominence during the wars against Jugurtha in North Africa and the Germanic tribes threatening Italy. His military successes made him a hero to the Roman people, but his political ambition set him on a collision course with the traditional elite. Rome's political system, now increasingly dominated by ambitious generals and populist leaders, was on the brink of collapse. Internal strife, class divisions, and the growing power of military leaders would eventually plunge the Republic into a series of civil wars that would reshape Roman history once again. This marks a pivotal point in the history of Rome, with its empire expanding beyond recognition but its internal foundations cracking under the weight of success. The stage is set for even greater upheavals as we move forward into the next era of Roman history. Following the tumultuous reforms of the Gracchi brothers and the political upheaval they caused, Rome found itself struggling to manage its growing empire. While the wealthy aristocracy consolidated power in the Senate, the Roman allies, known as the Socii, in Italy, who had fought alongside Rome for generations, grew increasingly dissatisfied with their status. They contributed soldiers to Rome's wars and helped expand the Republic's influence, yet they lacked full Roman citizenship and the political rights that came with it. This discontent led to the Social War, also called the War of the Allies, which broke out in 91 BCE. The Italian allies, frustrated by Rome's refusal to grant them full citizenship, took up arms against the Republic. The Italian cities formed their own confederation, known as Italia, and established their own capital at Corfinium, renamed Italia. They minted their own coins and set about organizing a military force to challenge Rome's dominance. The Social War was a brutal conflict that pitted Rome against its longtime allies, with many of Rome's best soldiers and commanders fighting for the opposing side. In the early stages of the war, the Italian forces achieved several significant victories, and the conflict threatened to destabilize the entire Roman state. However, Rome's ability to mobilize its legions and its seasoned commanders, including Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, the father of Pompey the Great, and Lucius Cornelius Sulla, gradually turned the tide of the war. In a strategic move to undermine the resolve of the Italian rebels, Rome passed a series of laws that extended Roman citizenship to those allies who remained loyal or laid down their arms. The Lex Julia, passed in 90 BCE, granted Roman citizenship to all Italians who had not rebelled, and the subsequent Lex Plautia Papiria in 89 BCE extended this offer to those who would surrender. These concessions effectively weakened the rebellion, and by 88 BCE, the Social War had come to an end. The Italians were defeated militarily, but in many ways, they had won politically. The vast majority of Italy's inhabitants were now Roman citizens, marking a significant transformation in the makeup of the Roman Republic. While the Social War ended in Rome's favor, it left deep scars on the Republic. The conflict exposed the growing divide between Rome's elite and its allies, and it set the stage for further internal strife. One of the most significant figures to emerge from the Social War was Lucius Cornelius Sulla, a brilliant military commander who would soon play a central role in the unraveling of the Republic. Sulla's rise to power coincided with Rome's ongoing conflicts in the eastern Mediterranean. In 88 BCE, King Mithridates VI of Pontus, a formidable ruler who controlled much of Asia Minor, launched a rebellion against Roman rule. Mithridates, who saw himself as the protector of the Greek world against Roman domination, orchestrated a massacre of Roman citizens in Asia Minor, killing tens of thousands in a single day. This act, known as the Asiatic Vespers, shocked Rome and provoked a massive military response. Sulla was appointed to lead the Roman forces against Mithridates in what became the First Mithridatic War. However, his political opponents in Rome, led by the popularist politician Gaius Marius, conspired to have Sulla removed from command. Marius, who was aging but still influential, had allied himself with a tribune of the plebs named Publius Sulpicius Rufus, and together they passed a law transferring command of the war to Marius. In a move that shocked Rome, Sulla refused to step down. Instead, he did something unprecedented: he marched his legions on Rome itself. In 88 BCE, Sulla and his troops entered the city, slaughtering his political enemies and asserting control over the government. This was the first time in Roman history that a Roman general had used his army to seize power in the capital, and it set a dangerous precedent. After securing his position, Sulla marched off to the east to fight Mithridates, leaving Rome in a state of turmoil. The war against Mithridates was long and grueling, but Sulla eventually emerged victorious. He imposed harsh terms on the king, stripping him of his conquests and forcing him to pay a large indemnity. However, even as Sulla campaigned in the east, Rome was descending into chaos. Marius and his allies, who had been exiled by Sulla, returned to the city in 87 BCE and seized control in what became known as the Marian Reign of Terror. Marius, now in his 70s, purged the city of Sulla's supporters and briefly served as consul for an unprecedented seventh time before his death in 86 BCE. By the time Sulla returned to Rome in 82 BCE, the city was in the grip of political violence and instability. Determined to restore order and punish his enemies, Sulla once again marched on Rome, this time with even more brutal results. He defeated the forces loyal to Marius and declared himself dictator, a position that had traditionally been used in times of emergency but had never been held for more than 6 months. Sulla, however, had no intention of stepping down after a few months. He intended to reshape the Roman political system to secure the dominance of the Senate and the aristocracy. As dictator, Sulla enacted a series of sweeping reforms aimed at strengthening the Senate and curbing the power of the tribunes of the plebs, who had long been a thorn in the side of the aristocracy. He stripped the tribunes of much of their authority and increased the number of magistrates to ensure that the Senate would be filled with men loyal to his cause. Sulla also instituted a proscription, a list of individuals deemed enemies of the state. Those on the list were executed, and their property was confiscated. The proscription created an atmosphere of fear in Rome, as citizens turned on one another to secure their own survival. Despite his ruthless methods, Sulla's reforms did temporarily stabilize the Republic, but the peace he imposed was fragile. In 79 BCE, having completed his work, Sulla shocked Rome once again by voluntarily stepping down from the dictatorship and retiring to private life. He died a year later, leaving behind a legacy of both reform and brutality. However, the seeds of the Republic's destruction had already been sown. Sulla's use of military force to seize power had set a precedent that other ambitious generals would follow. The Republic's institutions had been weakened by decades of internal strife, and the power struggles between Rome's elite factions would soon lead to a series of civil wars that would tear the Republic apart. After Sulla's retirement and death, the Roman Republic was left in a precarious balance. Though Sulla's reforms had temporarily strengthened the Senate's authority, the underlying tensions between the aristocracy and the populace, leaders who championed the common people, continued to simmer. In this climate, several ambitious figures emerged, each seeking to consolidate power in their own way. Among them were Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, Marcus Licinius Crassus, and Gaius Julius Caesar, men whose fates would become intertwined in the political struggle that would define the final years of the Republic. Pompey, born in 106 BCE, was a brilliant military commander who had risen to prominence during the Social War and had supported Sulla during his rise to power. After Sulla's death, Pompey continued to build his reputation through a series of successful military campaigns. In Spain, he defeated the forces of Quintus Sertorius, a rebellious general who had defied Roman authority. Pompey then turned his attention to the Mediterranean, where he was given extraordinary powers by the Senate to rid the seas of pirates. The Mediterranean had long been plagued by piracy, which disrupted trade and threatened Rome's food supply. In a remarkably swift campaign, Pompey eliminated the pirate threat within 3 months, securing his reputation as one of Rome's greatest commanders. Pompey's most significant achievement, however, came in 67 to 62 BCE, when he was tasked with dealing with the remnants of the Seleucid Empire in the eastern Mediterranean and confronting Mithridates VI of Pontus, who had once again risen in rebellion against Rome. Pompey's campaign in the east was nothing short of spectacular. He decisively defeated Mithridates, annexed the eastern provinces of Syria and Judea, and expanded Rome's influence throughout the eastern Mediterranean. By the time he returned to Rome, Pompey had established himself as the conqueror of the East and one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in the Republic. Meanwhile, Marcus Licinius Crassus, born in 115 BCE, had built his own power base through a combination of wealth and military skill. Crassus was known as one of the richest men in Rome, having amassed a vast fortune through shrewd business dealings, real estate, and even firefighting schemes. He would buy properties that were on fire or threatened by fire at a low price, then have his personal firefighting team save them. Crassus also gained military renown during the Spartacus Rebellion, 73 to 71 BCE, in which he led Roman forces to victory over the rebel slave army of Spartacus. Though Pompey claimed credit for the final defeat of Spartacus' forces, Crassus' role in crushing the rebellion solidified his position in Roman politics. At this time, Julius Caesar was still a rising figure, known for his political skill and his ability to connect with the Roman masses. Born in 100 BCE to an aristocratic family, Caesar's early career was marked by his populist leanings and his rivalry with more conservative elements in the Senate. He served as a military tribune, quaestor, and aedile, gaining popularity by organizing lavish public games and spectacles that endeared him to the Roman people. Caesar's political rise was also aided by his marriage alliances and connections with influential figures, including Crassus, who provided him with financial backing. By the mid-60s BCE, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus each had their own power bases, but they realized that by working together, they could achieve even greater success. In 60 BCE, they formed an informal political alliance known as the First Triumvirate. Though not an official institution, the triumvirate was a powerful arrangement that allowed the three men to dominate Roman politics by combining their resources, influence, and military might. As part of their agreement, Caesar was elected consul in 59 BCE. His consulship was marked by bold and often controversial reforms, many of which were aimed at helping his allies Pompey and Crassus. One of his key achievements was securing land for Pompey's veterans, which further strengthened Pompey's loyalty. Caesar also used his consulship to position himself for future success by securing a proconsular command in Gaul, a vast region encompassing modern-day France and Belgium. This command would give Caesar control of a large army and the opportunity to win military glory on the frontier. While Pompey and Crassus remained in Rome, Caesar embarked on one of the most famous military campaigns in history, the Gallic Wars, 58 to 50 BCE. Over the course of nearly a decade, Caesar led his legions in a series of campaigns to subdue the Gallic tribes, many of whom were independent and warlike. The Gallic Wars were marked by both Caesar's tactical brilliance and the ferocity of the opposition. Caesar's most famous victory came at the Battle of Alesia in 52 BCE, where he defeated the Gallic chieftain Vercingetorix, who had united the Gallic tribes in a last-ditch effort to resist Roman domination. By the end of the Gallic Wars, Caesar had not only expanded Rome's territory but had also amassed enormous wealth and a fiercely loyal army. His detailed accounts of the wars, known as the Commentarii de Bello Gallico, were widely read in Rome and helped to solidify his reputation as a military genius and a champion of Rome's imperial mission. However, Caesar's rising power and popularity began to worry both Pompey and the Senate. While Caesar was campaigning in Gaul, relations between Pompey and Crassus had grown strained, and their partnership began to unravel. In 53 BCE, Crassus, seeking his own military glory, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthian Empire in the east. At the Battle of Carrhae, Crassus' forces were annihilated by the Parthian cavalry, and Crassus himself was killed. His death removed one of the key balancing figures of the triumvirate and left Pompey and Caesar as rivals. Back in Rome, the political situation grew increasingly unstable. The Senate, led by conservative figures such as Cato the Younger and Cicero, feared Caesar's growing influence and sought to limit his power. In 50 BCE, the Senate, with Pompey's support, ordered Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar, knowing that returning to Rome without the protection of his army would leave him vulnerable to prosecution and political ruin, refused. Instead, on January 10, 49 BCE, Caesar made a fateful decision. He crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of open rebellion against the Senate. The phrase, crossing the Rubicon, has since come to symbolize a point of no return. By crossing the Rubicon, Caesar declared war on the Senate and effectively began the Roman Civil War. As he crossed the river, Caesar is said to have uttered the famous words, Alea iacta ist, the die is cast. With his army behind him, Caesar marched on Rome, forcing Pompey and the Senate to flee to Greece. Over the next several years, Caesar pursued Pompey across the Mediterranean, culminating in the decisive Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE. Despite having a larger army, Pompey was defeated by Caesar's superior tactics. After the battle, Pompey fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated upon arrival by agents of the Egyptian court. With Pompey dead and his opponents scattered, Caesar was now the master of Rome. However, his victory did not mean the end of the civil war. Caesar spent the next few years fighting remnants of Pompey's forces in North Africa and Spain. His campaigns included notable victories, such as the Battle of Thapsus in 46 BCE and the Battle of Munda in 45 BCE. By the time Caesar returned to Rome in 45 BCE, he had secured his position as dictator for life, Dictator Perpetuo, a title that granted him almost unlimited power. Though he enacted a series of reforms aimed at stabilizing the Republic, including the restructuring of the Senate and the extension of Roman citizenship to more provinces, his concentration of power alarmed many, including those who had once supported him. By 45 BCE, Julius Caesar stood as the most powerful man in Rome. After his victory over Pompey and the remnants of the Optimates, the Senate's conservative faction, Caesar had effectively ended the civil war and consolidated his rule. The Senate, eager to appease him, granted Caesar the title of Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life, an unprecedented concentration of authority in the hands of one man. While many in Rome celebrated Caesar's victories and his efforts to stabilize the Republic through reforms, there were those, particularly among the aristocracy, who viewed his dominance with deep unease. Caesar's reforms were sweeping. He expanded the Senate to include many of his loyal supporters and extended Roman citizenship to people in the provinces, further integrating the empire. He also initiated public works projects, such as the construction of new temples, harbors, and roads, which boosted the Roman economy and created jobs for the urban poor. Caesar even reformed the calendar, creating the Julian calendar, which was more accurate than the previous system and laid the foundation for the calendar we use today. However, Caesar's political changes were seen by many in the Senate as a direct threat to their power. The title of Dictator Perpetuo, along with Caesar's habit of openly accepting honors that traditionally belonged to kings, stoked fears that he intended to crown himself as king, a title deeply reviled in Roman society since the expulsion of the last Roman king in 509 BCE. Though Caesar repeatedly denied any intention of becoming king, his increasingly autocratic behavior alienated many of his former allies. The conspiracy against Caesar began to take shape in 44 BCE, led by a group of senators who feared that Caesar's rule would spell the end of the Republic. Among them were Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, the latter of whom had once been a close friend and ally of Caesar. Brutus' involvement in the conspiracy was particularly significant, as he claimed descent from Lucius Junius Brutus, the legendary founder of the Roman Republic who had expelled the last king of Rome. For Brutus, opposing Caesar was a way of fulfilling his family's legacy of defending the Republic. On March 15, 44 BCE, the Ides of March, the conspirators struck. Caesar, ignoring warnings of a plot against his life, arrived at the theatre of Pompey, where the Senate was meeting. As he entered the Senate chamber, he was surrounded by the conspirators and stabbed 23 times. According to legend, Caesar's last words were, "Et tu, Brute?" And you, Brutus, expressing his shock at Brutus' betrayal. Caesar's assassination was a shocking and violent end to the life of a man who had reshaped the Roman world. However, the conspirators' hope that Caesar's death would restore the Republic was quickly dashed. Far from calming the political situation, Caesar's assassination plunged Rome into further chaos. In the immediate aftermath, the conspirators, who called themselves the Liberators, fled the city, fearing retaliation from Caesar's supporters. The Roman people, who had largely admired Caesar for his populist policies and military successes, reacted with outrage. In a highly charged public funeral, Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal ally and co-consul, delivered a famous speech, immortalized by Shakespeare, in which he stirred the crowd into a frenzy, condemning the assassins and turning public sentiment against them. With Caesar's death, the question of who would succeed him became central to Roman politics. Mark Antony, as Caesar's right-hand man, initially appeared to be the natural heir to Caesar's power. However, Caesar had named an unexpected successor in his will, his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, later known as Octavian. At the time of Caesar's death, Octavian was just 19 years old and had little political or military experience, but Caesar had adopted him as his son and heir. This young man would soon prove to be a political and military genius, capable of challenging Antony for control of Rome. Octavian returned to Rome in 44 BCE and immediately set about securing his position. Though young and relatively unknown, Octavian had access to Caesar's wealth and the loyalty of many of his veterans. He skillfully maneuvered himself into Roman politics, aligning himself with the Senate while simultaneously building a power base among Caesar's supporters. His rivalry with Mark Antony quickly escalated, as both men vied for control of Caesar's legacy. In 43 BCE, the Senate, led by Cicero, attempted to use Octavian to check Antony's growing influence. They granted Octavian the rank of propraetor, a command typically given to generals, and sent him with an army to defeat Antony, who had been declared an enemy of the state. In the Battle of Mutina, Octavian's forces, along with those of the consuls, defeated Antony, forcing him to retreat into Gaul. However, rather than siding with the Senate, Octavian turned against them, realizing that the true path to power lay in aligning himself with Caesar's former allies. Recognizing that neither could rule alone, Octavian and Antony formed a tenuous alliance, along with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, one of Caesar's generals. This new coalition, known as the Second Triumvirate, was officially sanctioned by the Senate in 43 BCE and granted the three men extraordinary powers to govern the Roman state. The Second Triumvirate was very different from the informal First Triumvirate of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus. It was a legal entity with the power to make laws, control the army, and appoint magistrates. The triumvirs wasted no time in consolidating their authority. One of their first acts was to launch a proscription, a political purge aimed at eliminating their enemies and securing the funds needed to pay their armies. Many prominent Romans, including Cicero, were executed during this period, their property confiscated to fund the triumvirs' military campaigns. The proscription was a brutal reminder of how far Roman politics had fallen, as violence and personal vendettas replaced the rule of law. With Rome under their control, the triumvirs turned their attention to avenging Caesar's assassination. The liberators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had fled to the eastern provinces, where they raised armies to challenge the triumvirs. In 42 BCE, the two sides met in the Battle of Philippi in Macedonia. The battle was fought over two engagements, with Antony and Octavian commanding the triumvirs' forces. The first battle was indecisive, but in the second, the triumvirs emerged victorious. Brutus and Cassius, realizing their cause was lost, both committed suicide. With their deaths, the Republican cause was effectively extinguished, leaving Antony and Octavian as the undisputed rulers of Rome. Following their victory at Philippi, the second triumvirate divided the Roman world between them. Antony took control of the eastern provinces, including Egypt, where he formed a famous alliance with Queen Cleopatra VII, while Octavian governed the western provinces, including Italy and Gaul. Lepidus, the weakest of the triumvirs, was given control of Africa but played a diminishing role in the power struggle that followed. Over the next decade, tensions between Antony and Octavian grew as both men sought to expand their influence. Antony's relationship with Cleopatra became a major point of contention. Antony, who was increasingly seen as abandoning his Roman heritage for an Eastern monarchy, married Cleopatra and declared Caesarion, the son of Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, as Caesar's legitimate heir. Octavian used this to his advantage, portraying Antony as a traitor to Roman values and framing the conflict as a war to protect Rome from foreign influence. In 32 BCE, Octavian declared war on Cleopatra, knowing that by doing so, he could effectively declare war on Antony without directly challenging a fellow Roman. The decisive confrontation came in 31 BCE at the Battle of Actium, a naval battle off the western coast of Greece. Octavian's forces, commanded by his admiral Agrippa, defeated Antony and Cleopatra's fleet. Following their defeat, Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where, in 30 BCE, both committed suicide rather than face capture by Octavian. With Antony and Cleopatra dead, Octavian was left as the sole ruler of the Roman world. In 29 BCE, he returned to Rome, where he was hailed as the savior of the Republic. In reality, the Republic was dead, and Octavian's victory marked the beginning of the Roman Empire. In 27 BCE, the Senate bestowed upon Octavian the title of Augustus, marking the formal end of the Republic and the beginning of a new era, the era of the Roman emperors. With Mark Antony and Cleopatra defeated and Octavian's power unchallenged, Rome entered a new era under the leadership of a single man. In 27 BCE, Octavian was granted the title Augustus by the Senate, marking the beginning of his reign as the first Roman emperor. While Augustus was careful to maintain the outward appearance of the Republic, in reality, he wielded near absolute power. The Senate continued to function, and elections were still held for various magistracies, but all real authority rested with Augustus. He cleverly avoided the title of king, which was still deeply reviled in Roman culture, and instead adopted titles like princeps, first citizen, and imperator, commander, subtly reinforcing his supremacy without provoking a backlash. One of Augustus' greatest achievements was his ability to stabilize a political system that had been ravaged by decades of civil war and unrest. The Roman Republic had been collapsing under the weight of its own expansion, with political corruption, military coups, and the concentration of power in the hands of ambitious generals contributing to its downfall. Augustus, recognizing the fragility of the system, implemented a series of reforms designed to restore order, rebuild Rome, and ensure the longevity of the new imperial structure. At the core of Augustus' system was the concept of the Principate, in which he presented himself as a humble servant of the state, merely acting in the best interest of the Republic. In reality, Augustus retained control over the most important aspects of Roman governance. He held Imperium Maius, the highest military authority, which allowed him to command the Roman legions and control Rome's vast territorial possessions. Additionally, Augustus served as Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of the Roman state religion, giving him considerable influence over religious matters. To maintain his control over the Senate and the political elite, Augustus carefully cultivated his relationships with Rome's aristocracy. He reformed the Senate by reducing its size and promoting loyal supporters, while also restoring dignity and prestige to the body after years of internal strife. Augustus was particularly skillful in balancing the interests of the Senate, the equites, the wealthy non-aristocratic class, and the common people. Through a combination of generosity, patronage, and political manipulation, Augustus ensured that he had no rivals among Rome's elite. One of the key elements of Augustus' rule was his reform of the Roman military. Recognizing the dangers posed by armies loyal to individual generals rather than the state, Augustus professionalized the military, transforming it into a standing army under the direct control of the emperor. He reduced the number of legions to around 28, each consisting of 5,000 well-trained, professional soldiers who served for fixed terms of 20 years. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit stationed in Rome that acted as both his personal bodyguard and a powerful political tool. The Guard would later play a crucial role in the politics of the empire, sometimes making or breaking emperors. In addition to his military reforms, Augustus took great care to secure the empire's frontiers. During his reign, Rome's territory expanded, particularly in the north and east. Augustus' generals, including Tiberius, his stepson and future successor, and Drusus, campaigned in Germany, Illyria, and the Alps, bringing much of Central Europe under Roman control. However, one of the most significant setbacks of Augustus' reign came in 9 CE, when 3 Roman legions, led by Publius Quinctilius Varus, were ambushed and annihilated by Germanic tribes in the Teutoburg forest. The loss of the legions shocked Rome and halted further expansion into Germania. From that point onward, the Rhine River became the de facto northern boundary of the Roman Empire in Europe. Despite this military defeat, Augustus' reign is remembered as a period of relative peace and stability, known as the Pax Romana. This era, which began with Augustus and lasted until the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE, was characterized by internal peace, economic prosperity, and the flourishing of Roman culture. Augustus' policies fostered economic growth through the development of trade networks, the construction of roads and aqueducts, and the stabilization of the empire's currency. Rome became a bustling metropolis, with an estimated population of 1 million people, and the provinces flourished under Roman rule. One of Augustus' most enduring legacies was his architectural and urban development of Rome. He famously boasted, "I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble." Under Augustus' leadership, Rome was transformed into a magnificent imperial capital, filled with grand temples, public buildings, and monuments. He commissioned the construction of the Forum of Augustus, the Ara Pacis, Altar of Peace, and the Mausoleum of Augustus, among many other projects. These structures not only beautified the city but also served as a visual reminder of Augustus' power and the stability he had brought to Rome. Culturally, Augustus presided over what is often referred to as the Golden Age of Latin literature. He was a patron of the arts and literature, encouraging poets, historians, and philosophers to celebrate Rome's achievements and glorify his reign. Among the most famous writers of this period were Virgil, who composed the Aeneid, an epic poem that traced Rome's origins back to Aeneas, a Trojan hero, Horace, whose odes praised the values of Roman civilization, and Ovid, whose works, including the Metamorphoses, explored themes of mythology and transformation. As Augustus' reign progressed, the issue of succession became increasingly pressing. Augustus had no biological sons, and his efforts to designate an heir were complicated by the premature deaths of several potential successors. His nephew Marcellus, his friend and general Agrippa, and his grandsons Gaius and Lucius all died before Augustus, leaving him with few options. Ultimately, Augustus turned to his stepson Tiberius, the son of his wife Livia Drusilla from her previous marriage. Though their relationship was often strained, Augustus adopted Tiberius as his son and heir in 4 CE, effectively ensuring a smooth transition of power upon his death. Augustus' health began to decline in his later years, and in 14 CE, after ruling for more than 40 years, he died at the age of 75. His death marked the end of an era, but the system he had created endured. Upon his death, the Senate deified Augustus, officially recognizing him as a god of the Roman state. His legacy as the founder of the Roman Empire would be celebrated for centuries, and his reign became the model for future emperors. Tiberius, who succeeded Augustus, inherited a stable empire and a well-organized administration. However, Tiberius' reign would be marked by suspicion, political intrigue, and isolation. While Tiberius was an able administrator, he lacked the charisma and popularity of Augustus, and his relationship with the Senate deteriorated over time. Nevertheless, Augustus' creation of the imperial system ensured that the Roman Empire would continue to function effectively, even as individual emperors struggled with their own challenges. Upon Augustus' death in 14 CE, the transition of power to Tiberius was largely peaceful, thanks to Augustus' careful planning and Tiberius' adoption as his heir. However, Tiberius faced immediate challenges. He had never been as popular as Augustus, and many in Rome, including the Senate, viewed him as a distant and dour figure, lacking the charisma and public appeal of his predecessor. Nonetheless, Tiberius was an experienced military leader and administrator, having served in key campaigns in Germany and the Danube region. His military reputation gave him a certain level of respect, but his relationship with the political elite would prove much more contentious. Tiberius began his reign with a relatively cautious approach to governance. Unlike Augustus, who had taken a more direct role in public life, Tiberius delegated much of the day-to-day running of the empire to the Senate and to trusted advisors. He was careful not to overstep the bounds of the Senate, and he even refused several honors that were offered to him, seeking to avoid the appearance of autocracy. At first, this earned him some favor among the senators, but over time, Tiberius' increasingly reclusive nature and his reluctance to engage with the Senate in meaningful ways bred resentment. Tiberius' early reign was marked by relative stability, particularly in the provinces. The empire's borders were secure, thanks to the military reforms of Augustus and the efforts of capable generals like Germanicus, Tiberius' adopted son and nephew. Germanicus was immensely popular among the Roman people and the legions, and his military campaigns in Germania in the early years of Tiberius' reign were seen as a continuation of Rome's efforts to avenge the defeat at the Teutoburg Forest in 9 CE. Germanicus managed to restore some Roman prestige in the region, although Tiberius ultimately decided to pull back Roman forces, preferring a defensive strategy along the Rhine. Despite his military success, Germanicus' relationship with Tiberius became strained. Germanicus' popularity was viewed with suspicion by Tiberius, who may have seen him as a potential rival. In 19 CE, Germanicus died suddenly while serving in the eastern provinces, leading to widespread rumors that he had been poisoned on Tiberius' orders, although there was no concrete evidence to support these claims. Germanicus' death removed one of Tiberius' most capable and popular lieutenants and set the stage for growing tensions within the imperial family. As Tiberius' reign progressed, he became increasingly isolated and distrustful of those around him. This mistrust deepened after the death of his mother, Livia, in 29 CE. Livia had been a powerful influence over both Augustus and Tiberius, and her death left a vacuum in the emperor's inner circle. In response to these growing fears, Tiberius began to rely more heavily on Lucius Aelius Sejanus, the ambitious commander of the Praetorian Guard. Sejanus was a cunning and manipulative figure who quickly became the most powerful man in Rome after Tiberius. Sejanus took full advantage of Tiberius' growing paranoia. Over the years, he orchestrated a series of treason trials aimed at eliminating potential rivals and consolidating his own power. He also persuaded Tiberius to move to the island of Capri in 26 CE, where the emperor would spend the remainder of his reign, leaving Sejanus effectively in control of the day-to-day running of the empire. Tiberius' retreat to Capri further distanced him from the Senate and the Roman people, and rumors of his eccentric behavior on the island only fueled the growing sense of unease about his rule. With Tiberius in seclusion, Sejanus began to act with increasing boldness. He sought to marry into the imperial family and aimed to position himself as the next emperor. However, Sejanus' ambitions ultimately led to his downfall. In 31 CE, Tiberius, possibly informed by Sejanus' enemies within the Senate, became aware of Sejanus' plans to seize power. In a dramatic reversal, Tiberius ordered Sejanus' arrest and execution, along with the purging of his supporters. Sejanus' fall from power was swift and brutal, and it marked a turning point in Tiberius' reign, as the emperor became even more reclusive and suspicious. The final years of Tiberius' reign were marked by increasing unrest in Rome and the provinces. The emperor's absence from public life and the brutal political purges orchestrated by Sejanus had left a legacy of fear and instability. Although Tiberius had managed to maintain the empire's borders and keep the military under control, his governance was marked by a growing sense of disillusionment, both among the Senate and the general population. In 37 CE, after nearly 23 years as emperor, Tiberius died on the island of Capri at the age of 77. His death brought an end to a reign that had been deeply divisive, and while Tiberius had maintained the empire's stability, his legacy was one of suspicion, repression, and paranoia. He left behind an empire that was politically fractured and uncertain about its future. Following Tiberius' death, the imperial succession passed to Caligula, the son of Germanicus and the great-nephew of Tiberius. Caligula had been a favorite of the Roman people due to his father's popularity, and his rise to power was greeted with widespread enthusiasm. Initially, Caligula's reign seemed to offer hope for a return to the more open and charismatic leadership of Augustus and Germanicus. However, Caligula's rule soon took a darker turn. While his early reign was marked by popular gestures, such as distributing money to the people and organizing lavish public games, his behavior quickly became erratic and tyrannical. Caligula's reign is often remembered for his cruelty, extravagance, and megalomania. He declared himself a god, demanded that he be worshipped alongside the traditional Roman deities, and engaged in bizarre public spectacles designed to display his absolute power. One of the most infamous stories about Caligula is his decision to appoint his horse, Incitatus, as a consul. While this story is likely exaggerated, it reflects the growing disdain with which Caligula was viewed by the Roman elite. His erratic behavior and extravagant spending, combined with his increasing persecution of the Senate, led to widespread discontent. By 41 CE, after less than 4 years on the throne, Caligula was assassinated by members of the Praetorian Guard in a conspiracy that likely involved both senators and his own bodyguards. Caligula's assassination threw the empire into chaos once again. In the immediate aftermath of his death, there was uncertainty about who would succeed him. However, the Praetorian Guard quickly seized on Claudius, Caligula's uncle, as a compromise candidate. Claudius, who had been largely overlooked by the imperial family due to his perceived physical disabilities and lack of political ambition, was declared emperor by the Praetorians and accepted by the Senate. After the assassination of Caligula, Rome was left in a state of chaos and uncertainty. The Senate initially considered restoring the Republic, but the real power in Rome lay with the Praetorian Guard, the emperor's personal bodyguard. Following Caligula's death, members of the Praetorian Guard found Claudius hiding in the palace, reportedly trembling in fear, believing that he too would be killed. Claudius was the uncle of Caligula, the brother of Germanicus, and the great-nephew of Augustus. Despite his imperial lineage, Claudius had been largely marginalized throughout his life due to his physical disabilities, which included a limp and a stammer. These disabilities led many to underestimate his intelligence and political acumen. The Praetorian Guard quickly recognized Claudius' potential value as a figurehead and declared him emperor. The Senate, seeing little alternative and realizing that the military supported Claudius, reluctantly confirmed him as the new ruler of Rome. Claudius' ascent to power was unexpected, and many believed he would be a weak and easily manipulated ruler. However, Claudius would soon prove himself to be an effective and ambitious leader who, despite his initial hesitance, left a lasting impact on the Roman Empire. One of Claudius' most significant achievements was his role in expanding the Roman Empire. Early in his reign, Claudius launched a major military campaign to conquer Britain, a region that had long resisted Roman domination. While Julius Caesar had briefly invaded Britain nearly a century earlier, the island remained independent. Claudius' invasion, launched in 43 CE, was a bold move that demonstrated his determination to secure new territories and enhance his own prestige. Led by Aulus Plautius, the Roman legion successfully invaded Britain, and Claudius himself travelled to the island to oversee the capture of Camulodunum, modern-day Colchester, the capital of the Cativalorni tribe. The victory was a major propaganda triumph for Claudius, who was hailed as a conqueror upon his return to Rome. The conquest of Britain was not completed during Claudius' reign, but it marked the beginning of a long Roman presence on the island. Roman influence in Britain would continue for centuries, and Claudius' campaign laid the foundation for the eventual Romanization of the province, including the establishment of Roman cities, roads, and military outposts. In addition to Britain, Claudius oversaw military campaigns in Mauritania, modern-day Morocco and Algeria, where Roman forces quelled a rebellion, and in Thrace, in the Balkans, which was fully integrated into the Roman Empire. Claudius also annexed Lycia, in modern-day Turkey, and established Judea as a Roman province after the death of Herod Agrippa. His reign saw Rome's territorial holdings expand significantly, solidifying its dominance in both the east and west. While Claudius was a capable military leader, his true strength lay in his administrative reforms. Claudius recognized the need to streamline the empire's bureaucratic machinery, which had become increasingly complex and inefficient as Rome expanded. He was particularly interested in improving the administration of justice and the management of the provinces. To that end, Claudius expanded the role of the imperial bureaucracy, relying on a group of freedmen, former slaves who had been freed, to manage key aspects of the government. These freedmen, including figures like Narcissus, his secretary, and Pallas, his treasurer, became some of Claudius' most trusted and influential advisors. The use of freedmen in high positions of power was controversial among the Roman aristocracy, who resented seeing former slaves wield significant influence over imperial policy. However, Claudius valued their loyalty and administrative skills, and he used them to bypass the traditional elite, ensuring that his reforms were carried out efficiently. This reliance on freedmen allowed Claudius to centralize authority in the emperor's hands, weakening the influence of the Senate, which had often resisted change and sought to maintain its privileges. Claudius was also a great builder, continuing the urban renewal projects begun by Augustus. He undertook several major public works projects, including the construction of aqueducts, the improvement of Rome's port at Ostia, and the draining of the Fucine Lake to create arable land. These projects not only improved the infrastructure of the empire but also provided employment for Rome's urban poor, helping to stabilize the city's economy. Claudius' attention to detail and administrative expertise made him one of the most hands-on emperors of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Despite his successes, Claudius' reign was not without its challenges, particularly within his own household. Claudius was married several times, and his marriages were often fraught with intrigue and scandal. His third wife, Messalina, was notorious for her political machinations and infidelities. According to ancient sources, Messalina engaged in numerous affairs and conspired to overthrow Claudius. In 48 CE, she went so far as to secretly marry one of her lovers, Gaius Silius, in what amounted to a coup attempt. When Claudius learned of the plot, Messalina and Silius were executed. The affair deeply shook Claudius, and it highlighted the vulnerabilities he faced even within his own family. After Messalina's death, Claudius married his niece, Agrippina the Younger, a highly ambitious woman with her own political agenda. Agrippina was determined to secure power for her son from a previous marriage, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who would later become known as Nero. Agrippina used her influence over Claudius to have Nero adopted as his son, placing him ahead of Claudius' own biological son, Britannicus, in the line of succession. In 54 CE, Claudius died under mysterious circumstances. Ancient sources, particularly the historian Tacitus, suggest that Claudius was poisoned by Agrippina, who wanted to ensure that Nero, not Britannicus, would inherit the throne. While the exact circumstances of Claudius' death remain unclear, what is certain is that Nero succeeded him as emperor, marking the beginning of one of the most infamous reigns in Roman history. Nero's ascension to the throne initially seemed to promise a continuation of stability. He was young, popular, and supported by powerful figures, including his mother Agrippina and the philosopher Seneca, who served as one of his advisors. However, Nero's reign would soon descend into scandal, excess, and tyranny, ultimately contributing to the further decline of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Claudio's reign, despite the intrigues and personal challenges, left a lasting legacy. He successfully expanded the Roman Empire, implemented administrative reforms that improved governance, and invested in public works that enhanced the infrastructure of Rome and its provinces. Claudius proved to be a far more capable ruler than many had anticipated, demonstrating that even a man underestimated by his peers could leave a profound mark on history. Nero ascended to the throne at the age of 17, following the death of his adoptive father, Claudius, in 54 CE. While Claudius' death was officially attributed to natural causes, ancient sources, such as Tacitus and Suetonius, suggest that Nero's ambitious mother, Agrippina the Younger, poisoned him in order to secure the throne for her son. Agrippina was the great-granddaughter of Augustus and had long harbored aspirations for imperial power. Nero, as her son, represented her ultimate path to influence and control over the Roman state. Initially, Nero's reign began on a promising note. His early rule, guided by influential advisors like the philosopher Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus, was characterized by relative moderation and stability. Seneca and Burrus worked to keep Nero in check, steering him away from excess and encouraging him to adopt policies that promoted justice and good governance. Nero himself was initially popular with the people of Rome, in part because he lowered taxes and focused on public welfare, including providing entertainment such as gladiatorial games and chariot races. His early reign was also marked by a more conciliatory relationship with the Senate, as he appeared willing to work within the framework established by Augustus. However, the power dynamic between Nero and Agrippina quickly became strained. Agrippina, who had played a critical role in Nero's ascension, expected to wield significant influence over her son's decisions. She even attempted to assert her dominance by interfering in matters of state and aligning herself with key figures in the imperial court. Nero, who was coming into his own as emperor, resented his mother's interference. Tensions between them escalated to the point where Nero sought to distance himself from Agrippina's control. This break culminated in one of the most infamous events of Nero's reign, the murder of his mother. In 59 CE, Nero orchestrated Agrippina's assassination. According to ancient historians, Nero initially tried to kill Agrippina through an elaborate plot that involved a collapsing boat, designed to sink while she was aboard. When Agrippina survived the shipwreck, Nero resorted to more direct methods, sending assassins to her villa to stab her to death. This act of matricide horrified many in Rome, but Nero showed little remorse. Agrippina's death marked a turning point in Nero's reign, as he became increasingly unrestrained and began to indulge his more despotic tendencies. With Agrippina out of the way, Nero felt free to pursue his personal interests, which were often at odds with traditional Roman values. Nero had a deep passion for the arts, particularly music, poetry, and theatre. He fancied himself a great performer and took part in public performances, much to the dismay of Rome's aristocracy, who considered such activities beneath the dignity of an emperor. Nero's growing self-indulgence and his increasingly erratic behavior alienated the Senate and the Roman elite. His extravagant spending on lavish palaces, public games, and artistic endeavors strained the imperial treasury, and his neglect of governance began to cause unrest in the provinces. The most defining moment of Nero's reign came in 64 CE, when a great fire broke out in Rome, devastating much of the city. The Great Fire of Rome raged for 6 days, destroying large swaths of the capital, including homes, temples, and public buildings. The fire left thousands of people homeless and caused immense suffering. According to some ancient accounts, particularly those of Tacitus and Suetonius, Nero responded to the disaster with callousness and indifference, famously fiddling while Rome burned, though this is likely a later embellishment, as there were no fiddles in ancient Rome, and Nero was actually known for playing the lyre. After the fire, rumors began to circulate that Nero himself had started the blaze to clear space for his grand architectural plans, including the construction of his Domus Aurea, Golden House, a massive palace complex that would dominate the center of Rome. Nero, sensing the growing anger among the population, sought to deflect blame by accusing the Christians, a small and relatively new religious sect, of having caused the fire. This led to one of the first significant persecutions of Christians in Roman history, with many being executed in brutal ways, including being burned alive or torn apart by wild animals in public spectacles. Despite these attempts to shift blame, Nero's popularity continued to decline. His excessive spending, neglect of military matters, and oppressive taxation alienated not only the Senate but also the army and the provinces, which had once been the bedrock of support for Roman emperors. His increasing paranoia also led to the execution or forced suicide of many prominent Romans, including his former mentor Seneca and other potential rivals within the imperial court. By 68 CE, Nero's reign was collapsing. Discontent with his rule spread throughout the empire, and several provincial governors began to openly revolt. In Gaul, the governor Gaius Julius Vindex led an uprising against Nero, declaring support for Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, as emperor. The rebellion quickly gained momentum, and Nero found himself abandoned by his allies in Rome. Even the Praetorian Guard, which had traditionally protected the emperor, turned against him, swearing allegiance to Galba. Faced with the imminent collapse of his reign and with no support left, Nero fled the city. On June 9, 68 CE, Nero committed suicide with the help of one of his freedmen. His last words, according to tradition, were, "Qualis artifex perio, what an artist dies in me," reflecting his obsession with his artistic talents even in his final moments. With Nero's death, the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which had ruled Rome since Augustus, came to an end. Nero's reign left Rome in a state of turmoil. His death triggered a period of civil war and political instability known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which for different men, Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and eventually Vespasian, would claim the imperial throne in rapid succession. The chaos that followed Nero's downfall exposed the fragility of the imperial system and the dangers of a ruler who placed personal ambition and excess above the needs of the state. Despite the infamy surrounding Nero's reign, his legacy is complex. While he is often remembered as a tyrant and a despot, Nero also left a lasting cultural impact on Rome. His reign saw the construction of monumental buildings, including the Domus Aurea, and his patronage of the arts fostered a flourishing of Roman literature, music, and theatre. However, Nero's failures as a ruler, his neglect of military affairs, his persecution of political rivals, and his inability to maintain the support of key institutions like the Senate and the army, ultimately brought an end to his dynasty and plunged Rome into crisis. When Nero died in 68 CE, the Roman world was plunged into a power vacuum. For the first time since Augustus, Rome found itself without a clear heir to the imperial throne. Nero's death brought an end to the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and without a legitimate successor, Rome was thrown into a period of instability as various military commanders and political figures sought to seize the throne. The first man to step forward as emperor was Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, modern-day Spain. Galba had declared his opposition to Nero during the final days of his reign, and after Nero's suicide, he was hailed as emperor by both the Senate and the Praetorian Guard. However, Galba's rule was short-lived and deeply unpopular. Although he had a reputation for discipline and austerity, these very qualities made him disliked by both the Roman elite and the soldiers, who had grown used to Nero's generosity and public spectacles. One of Galba's first missteps was his refusal to pay the Praetorian Guard the donative, a bonus payment, that they had come to expect whenever a new emperor took the throne. The Guard, whose loyalty had already been strained after Nero's fall, quickly grew discontented with Galba's rule. Furthermore, Galba's decision to appoint Lucius Calpurnius Piso as his successor alienated another powerful figure in Roman politics, Marcus Salvius Otho, the governor of Lusitania, modern Portugal, and a former supporter of Nero. Otho, who had hoped to be named Galba's successor, conspired with the Praetorian Guard to overthrow the emperor. In January 69 CE, just 7 months after ascending the throne, Galba was assassinated by the Praetorians in the streets of Rome, along with Piso. Otho was quickly declared emperor, but his reign would prove to be no more stable than Galba's. While Otho had the support of the Praetorian Guard and some factions in Rome, his claim to the throne was immediately challenged by Vitellius, the commander of the legion stationed in Germania Inferior, the Lower Rhine. Vitellius had been proclaimed emperor by his troops, and he marched his legions toward Italy, determined to seize power. The Roman legions in Gaul and Germany were some of the most experienced and battle-hardened in the empire, and their support gave Vitellius a significant advantage. In April 69 CE, Otho's forces met Vitellius' army at the Battle of Bedriacum in northern Italy. Despite a fierce fight, Otho's army was defeated, and Otho, realizing that his position was untenable, committed suicide after only 3 months as emperor. His death paved the way for Vitellius to march into Rome unopposed and claim the imperial throne. Vitellius' reign, however, was marked by excess and mismanagement. He was known for his gluttony and lavish lifestyle, and his rule quickly alienated both the Senate and many of Rome's provincial governors. His decision to disband the Praetorian Guard and replace it with his own loyal soldiers from Germany further weakened his position in the capital, where the Praetorians had long played a key role in political life. Meanwhile, in the eastern provinces, another powerful figure had emerged, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, better known as Vespasian. Vespasian was a seasoned military commander who had served under Claudius and Nero, and he was currently leading Roman forces in Judea, where a major rebellion had broken out in 66 CE, the First Jewish-Roman War. Vespasian's military successes and his strong support from the legions in the east positioned him as a formidable rival to Vitellius. In July 69 CE, Vespasian was proclaimed emperor by his legions, as well as by the legions stationed in Egypt and Syria. He quickly secured control over the grain supply from Egypt, giving him leverage over Rome, which was heavily reliant on Egyptian grain. Vespasian's forces, led by his son Titus and his loyal general Mucianus, marched west to challenge Vitellius. The conflict between Vespasian and Vitellius came to a head later that year. In October 69 CE, the two sides clashed at the Second Battle of Bedriacum, where Vespasian's forces decisively defeated Vitellius' army. Vitellius, realizing that his cause was lost, attempted to abdicate and flee, but he was captured by Vespasian's supporters in Rome. In December 69 CE, Vitellius was executed, and Vespasian was declared emperor by the Senate, bringing an end to the chaotic year of the 4 emperors. Vespasian's rise to power marked the beginning of the Flavian dynasty, which would rule Rome for the next 27 years. Vespasian was seen as a stabilizing figure after the chaos of 69 CE. He was a practical and capable administrator, with a reputation for frugality and discipline. His primary goal was to restore order to the empire, repair the economy, and re-establish the authority of the emperor after the political turmoil of the previous year. One of Vespasian's first acts as emperor was to rebuild Rome's finances, which had been severely depleted by Nero's extravagance and the civil wars that followed. Vespasian implemented a series of fiscal reforms aimed at increasing revenue, including new taxes on a variety of goods and services. While some of these taxes were unpopular, such as a tax on public urinals, which led to the phrase pecunia non olet, money does not stink, they were effective in stabilizing the imperial treasury. Vespasian also oversaw the continued suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea. In 70 CE, his son Titus captured Jerusalem after a brutal siege, destroying the Second Temple, one of the most sacred sites in Judaism. The destruction of the temple marked the culmination of the Jewish-Roman War and solidified Roman control over the province. To commemorate the victory, Vespasian commissioned the construction of the Arch of Titus, which still stands in Rome today. Perhaps Vespasian's most famous legacy, however, is the construction of the Flavian Amphitheatre, better known as the Colosseum. Construction began under Vespasian in 72 CE and was completed by his sons Titus and Domitian after his death. The Colosseum became a symbol of Roman power and grandeur, hosting gladiatorial games, animal hunts, and public spectacles for the entertainment of the Roman people. Vespasian's reign brought a sense of stability to the empire, and his practical approach to governance earned him the respect of the Senate and the military. His ability to restore order after the chaos of the Year of the Four Emperors marked him as one of Rome's more capable emperors. When he died in 79 CE, he left the empire in the hands of his son Titus, ensuring a smooth transition of power. After Vespasian's death in 79 CE, his eldest son, Titus, became emperor. Titus had already established a formidable reputation as a military leader, most notably for his role in the siege of Jerusalem during the Jewish-Roman War. Despite his military successes, there were concerns about how Titus would rule, as his earlier life had been marked by accusations of extravagance and indulgence. However, Titus surprised many by proving to be a capable and conscientious leader during his short reign, which lasted just over 2 years. One of the defining events of Titus' reign occurred almost immediately after he ascended to the throne. In 79 CE, just a few months after Titus became emperor, the volcano Mount Vesuvius erupted, unleashing one of the most catastrophic natural disasters in Roman history. The eruption buried the cities of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and several other settlements under a thick layer of volcanic ash and pumice. Thousands of people were killed, and the devastation left parts of the Bay of Naples region in ruins. The eruption preserved these cities in astonishing detail, providing modern archaeologists with a vivid snapshot of daily life in ancient Rome, but at the time, it was a massive humanitarian disaster. Titus responded to the tragedy with compassion and efficiency. He personally funded relief efforts for the survivors, sent officials to oversee the recovery, and organized the rebuilding of the affected areas. His actions during this crisis earned him widespread praise from both the Roman people and the Senate, who viewed him as a benevolent and capable ruler. However, Vesuvius was not the only disaster to strike during Titus' reign. In 80 CE, Rome was hit by a devastating fire that raged for 3 days and destroyed much of the city, including important public buildings such as the Temple of Jupiter. Titus once again took swift action, personally overseeing the relief efforts and providing funds for the reconstruction of the city. That same year, Rome was also struck by a plague, adding to the sense of calamity. Despite these challenges, Titus maintained his popularity and continued to demonstrate his commitment to the welfare of the Roman people. One of Titus' most enduring legacies was the completion and dedication of the Colosseum, Rome's grand amphitheater, which had been started by his father, Vespasian. In 80 CE, Titus inaugurated the Colosseum with 100 days of games, including gladiatorial contests, wild beast hunts, and even mock naval battles. The Colosseum became a symbol of the power and grandeur of the Roman Empire, and its dedication cemented Titus' reputation as a popular and generous ruler who provided for the entertainment and enjoyment of the Roman people. Unfortunately, Titus' reign was cut short. In 81 CE, after just over 2 years as emperor, Titus died suddenly at the age of 41. Ancient sources, including Suetonius, suggest that Titus may have been poisoned by his younger brother, Domitian, though there is no concrete evidence to support this claim. Regardless of the cause of his death, Titus was deified by the Senate and remembered as a benevolent ruler, leaving behind a legacy of public works, generosity, and disaster relief. Following Titus' death, his younger brother Domitian became emperor. Domitian had long harbored ambitions for power and had been overshadowed by his father and brother during their reigns. As emperor, Domitian proved to be a complex and divisive figure, with a reign that lasted for 15 years, significantly longer than either Vespasian or Titus. His rule would be marked by both accomplishments and authoritarianism, earning him a controversial place in Roman history. Domitian began his reign with a series of ambitious military campaigns aimed at securing Rome's borders and expanding its influence. One of his first major campaigns was against the Chatti, a Germanic tribe, in 83 CE, which ended in a Roman victory and the consolidation of Roman control over parts of Germania. Domitian also strengthened Rome's frontier defenses, particularly along the Danube River, where he fought several wars against the Dacians, a powerful tribe in what is now Romania. These wars were costly and inconclusive, but they underscored Domitian's commitment to maintaining the security of the empire's borders. Domitian also sought to continue his father's policy of public building projects and civic improvements. Like Vespasian and Titus before him, Domitian invested heavily in the restoration and construction of public buildings, temples, and monuments in Rome. He completed the Arch of Titus, built to commemorate his brother's victory in Judea, and constructed the Domus Augustana, a grand palace on the Palatine Hill that served as the residence of the Roman emperors. Despite these achievements, Domitian's reign became increasingly autocratic and repressive. Unlike his predecessors, who had worked to maintain a balance between the emperor and the Senate, Domitian sought to concentrate power entirely in his own hands. He styled himself as a divine figure, insisting on being addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, a title that deeply offended the Roman aristocracy. Domitian's autocratic tendencies alienated the Senate, and his heavy-handed use of treason trials to eliminate political opponents created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion in Rome. One of the most notorious aspects of Domitian's rule was his reliance on the Praetorian Guard and his secret police to suppress dissent. Domitian carried out purges of the Senate, executing or exiling many senators and other prominent Romans whom he viewed as potential threats to his rule. His actions led to a growing sense of resentment among the Roman elite, who increasingly saw him as a tyrant. Despite his unpopularity with the Senate and the elite, Domitian remained relatively popular with the army and the common people. He regularly increased the pay of soldiers and held lavish public games and spectacles to maintain the support of the urban population. His ability to secure the loyalty of the military was one of the key factors that allowed him to rule for as long as he did, despite widespread opposition among the political class. However, Domitian's reign ended in a violent and dramatic fashion. By the early 90s CE, opposition to Domitian's rule had reached a breaking point. In 96 CE, a conspiracy involving members of the imperial court and the Praetorian Guard was hatched to assassinate the emperor. The plot succeeded, and on September 18, 96 CE, Domitian was murdered in his palace by a group of conspirators, including his chamberlain and his wife steward. His death marked the end of the Flavian dynasty. Following Domitian's assassination, the Senate immediately moved to restore order and appointed Marcus Cocceius Nerva, an elderly and respected senator, as the new emperor. Nerva's reign would mark the beginning of a new era in Roman history, the period of the Five Good Emperors, a time of relative peace and prosperity for the empire. Domitian's legacy is complex. On the one hand, he was a capable military leader who successfully defended Rome's borders and invested in public works. On the other hand, his autocratic rule, reliance on terror and repression, and disdain for the Senate earned him the enmity of Rome's political class. After his death, the Senate engaged in a damnatio memoriae, condemnation of memory, erasing Domitian's name from monuments and official records in an attempt to obliterate his legacy. However, Domitian's reign remains an important chapter in the history of the Roman Empire, highlighting the tensions between autocratic power and the traditional institutions of Roman governance. After the assassination of Domitian in 96 CE, the Senate, eager to distance itself from the tyrannical Flavian ruler, quickly appointed Nerva as emperor. Marcus Cocceius Nerva was an elderly and respected senator who had served under both Nero and Vespasian, and his selection as emperor was intended to restore stability and cooperation between the emperor and the Senate. Nerva's reign, though short, was significant in setting the tone for the future of the Roman Empire under the Five Good Emperors. Nerva's first priority was to reverse the oppressive policies of Domitian. He released political prisoners, ended the treason trials, and restored confiscated property to those who had been persecuted under Domitian's regime. Nerva also worked to repair the strained relationship between the Senate and the imperial office, emphasizing the importance of consultation and cooperation with the aristocracy. His reign was characterized by moderation and a commitment to restoring the rule of law. However, Nerva faced challenges, particularly from the Praetorian Guard and the army, who had benefited under Domitian's reign and were unhappy with the new emperor's policies. In order to secure his position and placate the military, Nerva adopted Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, known as Trajan, a highly respected general and governor of Germania, as his successor in 97 CE. This decision marked the beginning of a new tradition in Roman politics, the practice of adoption to ensure a capable and experienced heir, rather than relying on direct family lineage. Nerva's reign lasted just over a year, and in 98 CE, he died of natural causes. Upon his death, Trajan became emperor, marking the start of one of the most celebrated reigns in Roman history. Trajan's reign, 98 to 117 CE, is often seen as the height of the Roman Empire in terms of territorial expansion and military success. Trajan was a dynamic and energetic ruler who combined military prowess with administrative skill. One of his first actions as emperor was to embark on a series of military campaigns that would extend Rome's borders to their greatest extent. The most famous of Trajan's conquests was his Dacian Wars, 101 to 102 CE and 105 to 106 CE. Dacia, located in modern-day Romania, was ruled by King Decebalus, who had been a thorn in Rome's side for years. Trajan, determined to subdue the Dacians once and for all, launched a massive invasion of the region. After two hard-fought wars, Trajan succeeded in defeating Decebalus and annexing Dacia as a Roman province. The conquest of Dacia was significant not only because it expanded the empire's territory but also because the region was rich in gold and silver, which helped replenish the Roman treasury. To commemorate his victory, Trajan commissioned the construction of Trajan's Column, a monumental structure in the heart of Rome that depicted the story of the Dacian Wars in a continuous frieze. The column still stands today as one of the most iconic symbols of Roman military power and architectural achievement. Following the conquest of Dacia, Trajan turned his attention to the east. In 113 CE, he launched a campaign against the Parthian Empire, Rome's long-standing rival in the eastern Mediterranean. Trajan's Parthian campaign was ambitious, and by 116 CE, he had captured the Parthian capital of Ctesiphon and declared the creation of a new Roman province, Mesopotamia. Trajan's eastern conquests pushed Roman control further into the Middle East than ever before, but these gains would prove difficult to maintain after his death. Trajan was not only a great military leader, he was also an adept administrator and a benefactor to the Roman people. His reign saw an extensive program of public works, including the construction of Trajan's Forum, a large complex that included markets, public spaces, and administrative buildings. He also improved Rome's infrastructure by building new roads, bridges, and aqueducts, further enhancing the empire's connectivity and economic strength. One of Trajan's most notable contributions to Roman governance was his policy of alimenta, a welfare program designed to provide support for the children of poor families. This initiative reflected Trajan's commitment to improving the lives of ordinary Romans, and it earned him a reputation as a just and benevolent ruler. Trajan's rule was marked by a balance between military expansion and domestic reform, which helped solidify his legacy as one of Rome's greatest emperors. Trajan's reign came to an end in 117 CE when he fell ill while returning from his eastern campaigns. He died later that year, leaving the empire in the hands of his adopted heir, Publius Aelius Hadrianus, known as Hadrian. Hadrian's reign, 117 to 138 CE, represented a shift in imperial policy, as he focused on consolidation and defense rather than expansion. Hadrian was a highly intellectual and cultured ruler, known for his love of Greek culture, his patronage of the arts, and his deep interest in philosophy and architecture. Unlike Trajan, Hadrian did not seek to expand the empire further but instead focused on securing and stabilizing the vast territories Rome already controlled. One of Hadrian's first acts as emperor was to abandon some of Trajan's eastern conquests, particularly Mesopotamia, recognizing that the region was too difficult and costly to defend. Instead of pursuing further expansion, Hadrian reinforced the empire's borders, particularly along the Rhine and Danube frontiers, where Roman legions maintained control over the barbarian tribes. He also fortified the empire's northern boundary in Britain, where he ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall in 122 CE. This massive fortification stretched across northern Britain and was designed to protect the Roman province from the hostile tribes in Caledonia, modern-day Scotland. Hadrian's Wall remains one of the most famous symbols of Roman military engineering. Hadrian was a tireless traveler, spending much of his reign touring the provinces and inspecting the empire's defenses. He visited nearly every corner of the Roman world, from Britain to Egypt, and took a hands-on approach to governance. His visits were not only symbolic but also practical, as he worked to improve local infrastructure, address provincial concerns, and strengthen Rome's hold over distant territories. Hadrian's reign also saw significant cultural and architectural achievements. He was a great patron of the arts, and his love of classical Greek culture influenced many aspects of Roman society during his reign. In Athens, he commissioned the construction of the Temple of Olympian Zeus and other grand structures, solidifying the city's status as a cultural hub. In Rome, Hadrian's most famous architectural contribution was the Pantheon, a magnificent temple dedicated to all the gods, which featured a revolutionary dome design that remains one of the greatest feats of Roman engineering. While Hadrian's reign was largely peaceful, it was not without conflict. One of the most significant challenges he faced was the Bar Kokhba revolt, 132 to 136 CE, in Judea. This Jewish rebellion, led by Simon Bar Kokhba, was a response to Roman religious and cultural policies, particularly Hadrian's decision to rebuild Jerusalem as a Roman city and construct a temple to Jupiter on the site of the destroyed Second Temple. The revolt was brutally suppressed by Roman forces, and the province of Judea was devastated. After the rebellion, Hadrian renamed the region Syria Palestina and banned Jews from entering Jerusalem, a policy that had lasting repercussions for Jewish history. Despite these challenges, Hadrian's reign is remembered as a period of cultural flourishing, stability, and architectural achievement. His policies of consolidation and defense helped secure the empire's borders, ensuring that Rome remained strong and prosperous. Hadrian's travels, his patronage of the arts, and his deep involvement in the administration of the empire earned him a reputation as one of Rome's most engaged and capable emperors. In 138 CE, Hadrian, having no biological heirs, adopted Antoninus Pius, a respected senator, as his successor. This marked the beginning of the next phase of the Antonine dynasty, a period that would continue Rome's golden age under the reign of the next two emperors. Following the death of Hadrian in 138 CE, his chosen successor, Antoninus Pius, ascended to the imperial throne. Antoninus had been a respected senator and governor, and his rise was intended to ensure continuity after Hadrian's complex reign. Antoninus' rule, which lasted for 23 years, 138 to 161 CE, would be remembered as one of the most peaceful and stable periods in Roman history. Antoninus Pius earned his epithet Pius for his devotion to the deification of Hadrian, who had been unpopular with the Senate at the time of his death. Antoninus' first major act as emperor was to secure Hadrian's place among the Roman gods, thereby earning the loyalty of the military and honoring his predecessor's wishes. Antoninus ruled from Rome, rarely leaving the city, in stark contrast to Hadrian, who had traveled extensively throughout the empire. Despite his relatively sedentary rule, Antoninus maintained peace and order across the vast Roman territories, relying on capable governors and generals to handle local affairs. One of Antoninus' most significant contributions was his attention to legal reforms. He sought to standardize laws across the provinces, ensuring that Roman justice was consistent throughout the empire. Antoninus introduced measures to protect the rights of slaves, improving their treatment by curbing the abuses of their masters. He also enacted laws to safeguard the rights of minors and orphans, demonstrating his concern for the welfare of the most vulnerable members of society. These reforms reflected Antoninus' commitment to fairness and justice, earning him a reputation as a benevolent ruler. Economically, Antoninus Pius managed to keep the empire prosperous. He maintained and expanded the alimenta system, a program that provided state-sponsored loans to landowners, who in turn used the interest to support poor children across Italy. This system not only helped stabilize the rural economy but also improved the lives of many Roman citizens. Although Antoninus preferred peace, he was not entirely free of military challenges. The Caledonian tribes in modern-day Scotland continued to resist Roman control, prompting Antoninus to order the construction of the Antonine Wall in northern Britain, farther north than Hadrian's Wall. This new defensive line was meant to secure Roman territory in the face of ongoing resistance from the tribes. However, the wall proved difficult to maintain, and after a few decades, the Romans withdrew back to Hadrian's Wall. In the east, there were minor disturbances along the borders with Parthia and Germania, but Antoninus' governors and generals successfully managed these challenges. His reign is characterized by a lack of major military campaigns, a testament to the stability of the Roman Empire during this period. One of Antoninus Pius' most important legacies was his careful preparation for the future. He had been adopted by Hadrian and was expected to adopt successors of his own. Following Hadrian's wishes, Antoninus adopted Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, ensuring a smooth transition of power when his reign ended. Antoninus spent years mentoring Marcus Aurelius, preparing him for the immense responsibility of ruling the empire. Antoninus Pius died in 161 CE at the age of 74, after a long and peaceful reign. He was deified by the Senate, a mark of the respect he had earned as a ruler who had brought stability and justice to the empire. His reign left the empire in excellent shape, with its borders secure, its economy strong, and its people largely content. Upon Antoninus' death, the empire passed into the hands of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, marking the first time the empire was ruled by two co-emperors. Although Marcus Aurelius would eventually eclipse Lucius Verus in both fame and influence, their joint reign was initially harmonious. Lucius Verus, a competent military leader, took charge of the military campaigns in the east, while Marcus Aurelius, known for his philosophical mind, focused on governing the empire from Rome. Early in their reign, the Roman Empire faced a major external threat from the Parthian Empire. In 161 CE, the Parthians invaded the Roman client state of Armenia, forcing the Romans to respond. Lucius Verus led a successful campaign to drive the Parthians back, securing Armenia and parts of Mesopotamia for Rome. This victory, however, came at a cost. Roman soldiers returning from the east brought with them a devastating plague, likely smallpox, which would later be called the Antonine Plague. This epidemic ravaged the empire for over a decade, significantly reducing the population and straining the empire's resources. The plague was just one of the challenges Marcus Aurelius faced during his reign. Shortly after the conclusion of the Parthian campaign, Rome's northern frontier came under pressure from the Germanic tribes along the Danube River. The Marcomanni, Quadi, and other Germanic tribes launched a series of invasions into Roman territory, threatening the provinces of Pannonia and Noricum. These invasions, collectively known as the Marcomannic Wars, would dominate much of Marcus Aurelius' reign. Despite his preference for philosophy and intellectual pursuits, Marcus Aurelius was forced to spend much of his time leading the Roman legions in battle against these barbarian tribes. He personally led the Roman army in several campaigns, demonstrating his commitment to defending the empire. The Marcomannic Wars were grueling and protracted, with Roman forces suffering heavy losses due to both the plague and the ferocity of the Germanic tribes. Nevertheless, Marcus Aurelius eventually succeeded in stabilizing the northern frontier, though the conflict would continue intermittently throughout his reign. Throughout these challenging years, Marcus Aurelius found solace in Stoic philosophy, a school of thought that emphasized rationality, self-discipline, and acceptance of fate. His personal reflections, later compiled as the Meditations, reveal a ruler deeply concerned with virtue, duty, and the challenges of leadership. The Meditations offer a rare glimpse into the inner life of a Roman emperor who sought to balance the immense burdens of power with his philosophical ideals. The work remains one of the most celebrated texts of Stoic philosophy and is still widely read today. In 169 CE, Lucius Verus died suddenly, leaving Marcus Aurelius as the sole emperor. While Marcus continued to wage war against the northern tribes, he also focused on internal matters, particularly the economy, which had been strained by the plague and the ongoing military campaigns. Marcus was known for his compassion and concern for the welfare of the Roman people, and he worked to mitigate the effects of the plague by providing financial relief and ensuring the distribution of grain to those in need. Marcus Aurelius also faced challenges within his own family. His son, Commodus, whom he had named as his successor, showed little interest in philosophy or governance. Unlike his father, Commodus was more concerned with personal indulgence and luxury, and his behavior would later become a source of tension as Marcus Aurelius neared the end of his reign. By 180 CE, after nearly 2 decades on the throne, Marcus Aurelius' health began to decline. He died in Vindobona, modern-day Vienna, while on campaign, leaving the empire to his son, Commodus. Marcus Aurelius was deified by the Senate, and his reign is remembered as one of the last great periods of the Pax Romana. His death marked the end of the golden age of the 5 good emperors, and the reign of his son Commodus would soon bring new challenges and instability to the empire. When Marcus Aurelius died in 180 CE, he left the empire to his son, Commodus, marking the first time since the reign of Domitian that an emperor had passed power to a direct biological heir. Unlike the previous emperors of the Antonine dynasty, who had been chosen for their competence and experience, Commodus inherited the throne as a young and relatively inexperienced ruler. At the time of his father's death, Commodus was just 18 years old and had spent much of his youth indulging in luxury and leisure rather than being groomed for leadership. Despite the careful guidance of his father, Commodus' reign quickly took on a different character from that of his predecessors. While Marcus Aurelius had been a philosopher-emperor deeply concerned with the moral and ethical dimensions of leadership, Commodus was far more interested in personal pleasure, spectacle, and the exercise of absolute power. His reign marked a shift away from the relatively restrained and pragmatic governance of the 5 good emperors and toward a more autocratic and unstable rule. One of Commodus' first actions as emperor was to make peace with the Germanic tribes along the Danube River, bringing an end to the Marcomannic Wars that had consumed much of Marcus Aurelius' reign. While the peace brought temporary relief to Rome's military, it was seen by many as a sign of Commodus' disinterest in military affairs and his willingness to abandon the hard-fought gains made by his father. Commodus preferred to remain in Rome, leaving the administration of the provinces and the military to his generals and advisors, while he focused on more personal pursuits. Commodus' reign soon became notorious for his extravagant lifestyle and his fascination with gladiatorial combat. Unlike previous emperors who had supported the games as a means of entertaining the Roman populace, Commodus took a far more active role, often participating in the gladiatorial contests himself. He styled himself as Hercules, the mythological hero, and would appear in the arena dressed in a lion's skin and wielding a club, eager to demonstrate his physical prowess to the people of Rome. While his displays in the arena were carefully staged and he fought against opponents who posed little real danger, Commodus' involvement in the games shocked and appalled the Roman aristocracy, who viewed such behavior as undignified and beneath the office of the emperor. Commodus' obsession with gladiatorial combat extended to other forms of public spectacle. He spent vast sums of money on extravagant festivals, games, and performances designed to glorify his rule and entertain the masses. These expenditures, however, placed a significant strain on the imperial treasury, which had been depleted by the wars and plagues of the previous decades. To fund his lavish lifestyle, Commodus imposed heavy taxes on the provinces and engaged in corrupt financial practices, alienating both the Senate and the provincial elites. The emperor's growing authoritarianism and erratic behavior also led to increased tensions within the imperial court. Commodus had little interest in governing the empire directly, preferring to delegate power to a series of unscrupulous advisors and freedmen who exploited their positions for personal gain. Among these advisors were figures like Cleandor, a freedman who rose to great power during Commodus' reign by selling public offices and accepting bribes. Cleander's corruption became so notorious that it sparked a food riot in Rome in 190 CE, during which the populace demanded his execution. In response, Commodus had Cleander killed in an effort to placate the angry crowds, but this event only highlighted the growing instability within the imperial government. Commodus' relationship with the Senate was particularly strained. While the Senate had enjoyed a relatively cooperative relationship with the emperors of the five good emperors, under Commodus, this dynamic changed dramatically. The emperor showed open disdain for the Senate, often bypassing them in favor of his personal advisors. His actions fostered deep resentment among Rome's political elite, who saw Commodus as a tyrant who cared little for the traditional institutions of the empire. Over time, several senators conspired against him, leading to multiple plots and attempts on his life. One of the most notable plots against Commodus occurred in 182 CE, when his own sister, Lucilla, conspired with several senators to have him assassinated. The plot failed, and Lucilla and her co-conspirators were executed. This assassination attempt marked a turning point in Commodus' reign, as it fueled his growing paranoia and distrust of those around him. In the years that followed, Commodus became increasingly erratic, indulging in cruelty and violence toward anyone he perceived as a threat. He executed numerous senators and members of the imperial court, often on flimsy charges of treason. By the final years of his reign, Commodus had become almost entirely detached from the responsibilities of governance. He renamed Rome after himself, declaring it to be Colonia Commodiana, and issued coins depicting himself as a god. His behavior became more erratic, and his grip on power weakened as discontent spread among the Roman elite and the military. Commodus' increasing detachment from the realities of rule, coupled with his reliance on corrupt and self-serving advisors, left the empire vulnerable to internal strife and external threats. In 192 CE, after years of growing dissatisfaction with his rule, a conspiracy was formed within Commodus' inner circle to assassinate him. On December 31, 192 CE, Commodus was strangled to death by his wrestling partner, Narcissus, at the instigation of several members of the imperial court, including his mistress and trusted advisors. His death brought an end to the Nerva-Antonine dynasty, which had ruled the empire for nearly a century. Commodus' assassination marked the beginning of a new period of political instability for the Roman Empire. With no clear successor in place, the empire was once again plunged into a power struggle, leading to the chaotic period known as the Year of the Five Emperors. The legacy of Commodus' reign would be remembered as one of decline and corruption, in stark contrast to the prosperous and stable rule of his father, Marcus Aurelius. While Commodus' rule is often regarded as the beginning of the end for the Pax Romana, it also revealed deeper structural issues within the Roman Empire. The reliance on autocratic rule, the growing influence of the military in imperial succession, and the erosion of traditional Roman institutions would continue to plague the empire in the centuries to come. Following the assassination of Commodus on December 31, 192 CE, the Roman Empire was left without a clear successor. The death of the last ruler of the Nerva-Antonine dynasty threw the empire into political chaos, as various factions within the Praetorian Guard, the Senate, and the provincial armies began to maneuver for power. The first man to claim the imperial throne was Pertinax, a respected senator and former military commander. On January 1, 193 CE, Pertinax was declared emperor by the Senate with the support of the Praetorian Guard. Pertinax was seen as a compromise candidate, someone who could restore order after the excesses of Commodus' reign. He was known for his discipline and frugality, traits that were much needed after Commodus' extravagant misrule. However, Pertinax's reign was short-lived. One of his first actions as emperor was to attempt to reform the imperial finances by cutting unnecessary spending, which included reducing the lavish payments made to the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorians, who had grown accustomed to their privileged position and financial rewards, quickly turned against him. Just 3 months into his reign, on March 28, 193 CE, Pertinax was assassinated by disgruntled members of the Praetorian Guard in his own palace. With Pertinax dead, the empire was once again thrown into confusion. In a shocking and unprecedented move, the Praetorian Guard auctioned off the imperial throne to the highest bidder. The successful bidder was Didius Julianus, a wealthy senator who had promised the Praetorians an enormous sum of money in exchange for their loyalty. On March 28, 193 CE, Julianus was declared emperor, but his rule was immediately met with widespread disgust and outrage. The Roman people, the Senate, and the provincial armies were appalled by the corruption and illegitimacy of his rise to power. Riots broke out in Rome, and Julianus quickly found himself isolated. Meanwhile, in the provinces, powerful military commanders were preparing to make their own bids for the imperial throne. Three generals emerged as the main challengers to Julianus' rule: Pescennius Niger, the governor of Syria; Clodius Albinus, the governor of Britain; and Septimius Severus, the governor of Pannonia, modern Hungary and Austria. Each of these men commanded large and loyal armies, and each had his sights set on becoming emperor. Septimius Severus was the most ambitious and strategically positioned of the three. Born in Leptis Magna, in modern-day Libya, in 145 CE, Severus came from a well-connected provincial family and had risen through the military ranks during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. He was a skilled and ruthless military commander, and after Pertinax's assassination, he quickly recognized the opportunity to seize power. In April 193 CE, Severus marched his legions from Pannonia toward Rome, declaring himself emperor and promising to avenge the death of Pertinax. Severus was a brilliant strategist and quickly secured the support of the legions in Gaul and Germania, giving him a powerful military base from which to challenge Julianus. As Severus approached Rome, Julianus, desperate to hold on to power, attempted to rally the Praetorian Guard to his defense. However, the Praetorians, seeing the strength of Severus' forces and recognizing that Julianus' position was untenable, abandoned him. On June 1, 193 CE, Severus entered Rome without resistance. Didius Julianus was quickly deposed and executed, bringing an end to his brief and ignominious reign. Severus immediately set about consolidating his power. One of his first acts was to disband the Praetorian Guard, whose corruption and betrayal had played a central role in the instability of the empire. Severus replaced them with a new guard, loyal only to him, composed of soldiers from his own legions. He also secured the support of the Senate, though he maintained a careful distance from Rome's political elite, recognizing that real power lay with the army. While Severus had taken control of Rome, his position as emperor was far from secure. Both Pescennius Niger in Syria and Clodius Albinus in Britain had declared themselves emperors, and Severus knew that he would need to defeat both rivals in order to fully consolidate his rule. His first target was Niger, whose control of the eastern provinces made him the most immediate threat. In late 193 CE, Severus marched east to confront Niger. Over the next several months, the two forces clashed in a series of battles across Asia Minor and Syria. The decisive engagement came in 194 CE at the Battle of Issus, near the site of Alexander the Great's famous victory over the Persians. Severus' forces decisively defeated Niger's army, and Niger himself was captured and executed. With Niger out of the way, Severus solidified his control over the eastern provinces. Having dealt with Niger, Severus turned his attention to Clodius Albinus in Britain. Initially, Severus had attempted to placate Albinus by naming him his Caesar, a junior co-emperor, hoping to avoid an immediate conflict. However, after defeating Niger, Severus no longer needed to maintain this alliance. Albinus, realizing that Severus intended to remove him, declared himself emperor in 196 CE and marched his legions into Gaul to challenge Severus. The final confrontation between Severus and Albinus came in 197 CE at the Battle of Lugdunum, a modern-day Lyon. This battle was one of the largest and bloodiest civil wars in Roman history, with both sides fielding massive armies. After a brutal and closely fought battle, Severus emerged victorious. Albinus was killed, and Severus' control over the empire was now secure. With his rivals eliminated, Septimius Severus became the undisputed ruler of the Roman Empire. His rise to power had been swift and ruthless, but Severus was determined to stabilize the empire and leave a lasting legacy. He initiated a series of military, administrative, and legal reforms that would shape the empire for decades to come. One of Severus' key achievements was his focus on strengthening the military. He significantly increased the pay of soldiers and expanded the size of the army, recognizing that the loyalty of the legions was essential to maintaining his rule. Severus also granted soldiers new privileges, including the right to marry while in service, which had previously been prohibited. These reforms ensured that Severus maintained the unwavering support of the army, but they also placed a significant strain on the empire's finances. Severus also sought to reform the legal system. He was a great admirer of the jurisprudence of Rome, and he appointed skilled jurists, such as Papinian and Ulpian, to high positions in the government. His reign saw the codification of Roman law and the development of legal principles that would influence the empire for centuries. One of Severus' most significant military campaigns came in 197 CE, when he launched an invasion of the Parthian Empire. Seeking to avenge earlier Roman defeats and expand Roman influence in the east, Severus led a successful campaign that resulted in the capture of the Parthian capital, Ctesiphon. Severus' victories in the east brought new wealth and territory to the empire, and he declared Mesopotamia a Roman province, further solidifying Rome's dominance over the region. Severus also paid close attention to the city of Rome itself, commissioning a number of public works and monuments to celebrate his reign. One of his most enduring legacies is the Arch of Septimius Severus, which still stands in the Roman Forum today. This monumental arch commemorates his victories in Parthia and serves as a testament to his ambition and military prowess. Despite his successes, Severus' reign was not without challenges. His reliance on the army and his efforts to centralize power in the hands of the emperor alienated the Senate, which had been sidelined during his rule. The growing power of the military and the increasing militarization of the empire's politics would have long-lasting consequences, as future emperors would continue to rely on the legions to secure and maintain their rule. Septimius Severus ruled until his death in 211 CE, after nearly 2 decades on the throne. His legacy was a mixed one. While he successfully restored stability to the Roman Empire after the chaos of the Year of the Five Emperors, his militarization of the state and concentration of power in the hands of the emperor would contribute to future instability. Severus was succeeded by his 2 sons, Caracalla and Geta, whose rivalry would soon plunge the empire into further internal conflict. Upon the death of Septimius Severus in 211 CE, power passed to his 2 sons, Caracalla and Geta, as co-emperors. Severus had hoped to ensure the smooth transition of power by establishing a joint rule between his sons, but this arrangement was doomed to fail from the start. Caracalla, whose real name was Lucius Septimius Bassianus, had been groomed for leadership from a young age and had fought alongside his father in military campaigns. Geta, on the other hand, was less experienced and had often been overshadowed by his older brother. The relationship between the 2 brothers was fraught with tension, and their joint rule quickly descended into open conflict. Following their father's death, Caracalla and Geta returned to Rome, where they began to divide the imperial palace between them, each ruling from separate quarters. The rivalry between the 2 was so intense that they reportedly refused to eat or meet in the same room, fearing assassination. Their animosity was not just personal, it also had political implications. Each brother sought to secure the loyalty of different factions within the Roman government and military, leading to a divided court and the risk of civil war. Despite Severus' attempt to ensure unity, it became clear that the empire could not be governed by both brothers. In December 211 CE, Caracalla took matters into his own hands. According to ancient sources, including Cassius Dio and Herodian, Caracalla invited Geta to a reconciliation meeting, supposedly arranged by their mother, Julia Domna. However, the meeting was a trap, and during the encounter, Caracalla's soldiers stormed the room and murdered Geta in his brother's arms. Geta was just 22 years old at the time of his death, and his murder plunged Rome into a period of bloody purges. Caracalla immediately moved to consolidate his power. Following Geta's assassination, Caracalla ordered the damnatio memoriae of his brother, meaning that Geta's name and image were to be erased from public records, inscriptions, and statues. Hundreds of Geta's supporters, including high-ranking officials, senators, and even soldiers, were executed or exiled in the aftermath of the murder. These purges further destabilized the political situation in Rome, as Caracalla's brutality and disregard for the traditional institutions of power alienated many within the Senate and the elite. With Geta eliminated, Caracalla became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. His reign, which lasted from 211 to 217 CE, was marked by a mixture of cruelty, military ambition, and significant legal reforms. Despite his violent ascent to power, Caracalla sought to win the favor of the army, which had been the key to his father's success. To ensure the loyalty of the legions, Caracalla significantly increased the pay of soldiers, making the Roman army one of the best-paid forces in the ancient world. This move, while securing military support, placed a heavy burden on the imperial treasury, leading to increased taxation and economic strain. One of Caracalla's most enduring legacies was his decision to issue the Constitutio Antoniniana, or Edict of Caracalla, in 212 CE. This decree granted Roman citizenship to nearly all free inhabitants of the empire, a radical departure from the previous system, where Roman citizenship had been a privilege reserved for a select few, primarily those living in Italy and the provinces that had been fully integrated into the empire. The edict effectively transformed the Roman Empire into a more uniform political entity, where citizenship was no longer tied to ethnicity or location. Caracalla's motivations for issuing the edict were likely twofold. On the one hand, it was a move to increase the pool of citizens subject to Roman taxation and military service, both of which were necessary to fund the increased expenses of the empire. On the other hand, it was a way of cementing his popularity across the provinces, creating a sense of unity under his rule. While the Constitutio Antoniniana was a significant and progressive reform, Caracalla's personal behavior continued to alienate many within the Roman elite. He ruled as an autocrat, showing little respect for the Senate or traditional Roman institutions. His reign was marked by excessive cruelty, and he earned a reputation for ordering the execution of anyone he perceived as a threat. His brutal suppression of internal dissent further cemented his image as a tyrant. In terms of foreign policy, Caracalla was eager to emulate the military successes of his father. He embarked on several campaigns to secure the empire's frontiers, particularly in the east. Caracalla was fascinated by Alexander the Great and sought to emulate his conquests. In 214 CE, he launched a campaign against the Parthian Empire, seeking to extend Roman influence in the east. His campaign was marked by mixed success, and while he managed to secure some victories, the long-term impact of his eastern campaign was limited. Caracalla's obsession with Alexander extended beyond military ambition. He styled himself as a new Alexander, wearing Macedonian-style clothing and even visiting Alexandria in 215 CE. However, his visit to Alexandria ended in disaster. The people of the city mocked Caracalla's pretensions of grandeur, and in response, he ordered a brutal massacre of the Alexandrian population, further tarnishing his reputation as a cruel and tyrannical ruler. By the final years of his reign, Caracalla had become increasingly paranoid, surrounding himself with loyal soldiers and living in fear of assassination. His reliance on the military to maintain his power made him deeply unpopular with the Senate and the Roman elite, who resented his autocratic style of rule. His constant movement between military camps and his distance from Rome reflected his growing isolation from the traditional structures of Roman governance. In 217 CE, while campaigning in the east, Caracalla's reign came to a violent end. As he was traveling near the city of Carrhae in Mesopotamia, he was assassinated by one of his own soldiers, Julius Martialus, who was reportedly acting on the orders of Macrinus, the commander of the Praetorian Guard. Macrinus, who had been plotting against Caracalla, quickly declared himself emperor following the assassination. Caracalla's death marked the end of the direct line of the Severan dynasty. Macrinus was an unusual choice for emperor, as he was the first man to rise to the imperial throne from the equestrian class, rather than the traditional senatorial aristocracy. His reign would be short-lived, however, as his position was precarious from the start. Macrinus attempted to stabilize the empire by making peace with Parthia and reversing some of Caracalla's more extreme policies, but he lacked the support of the military, which had been loyal to the Severan dynasty. In 218 CE, just a year after Caracalla's assassination, a new contender for the throne emerged, Elagabalus, a distant relative of the Severan family. Backed by powerful figures in the Syrian legions, Elagabalus would soon challenge Macrinus for the imperial throne, leading to another period of civil conflict. Caracalla's reign left a complex legacy. While he is remembered for his cruelty and tyrannical behavior, his Constitutio Antoniniana had a profound and lasting impact on the structure of the Roman Empire, transforming the nature of Roman citizenship and creating a more unified empire. However, his reliance on military power and his alienation of the Senate contributed to the increasing instability of the Roman political system, a trend that would continue throughout the 3rd century. After the assassination of Caracalla in 217 CE, Macrinus ascended to the imperial throne. Macrinus was a highly unusual choice for emperor. He was not of senatorial rank and had no familial connection to the Severan dynasty. Instead, Macrinus came from the equestrian class and had served as the praetorian prefect under Caracalla. His involvement in the plot to assassinate Caracalla and his subsequent rise to power was the first time in Roman history that an equestrian, rather than a member of the senatorial elite, became emperor. This already made his position tenuous. Macrinus quickly realized that his hold on power was precarious. His lack of experience as a military leader and his status as a political outsider meant that he had to act cautiously. One of his first moves as emperor was to attempt to reverse Caracalla's aggressive military policies in the east. Caracalla had been in the midst of a campaign against the Parthians when he was assassinated, and Macrinus, recognizing the strain this conflict placed on Rome's finances and military, sought to negotiate peace. In 217 CE, Macrinus brokered a peace treaty with the Parthians, agreeing to pay a large sum in exchange for the withdrawal of Roman forces. While this move brought temporary relief to the empire, it was deeply unpopular with the Roman legions, who viewed it as a humiliating capitulation. Macrinus also faced unrest on the home front. He attempted to restore order to Rome's finances by rolling back some of the extravagant military spending instituted by Caracalla. However, this led to discontent among the soldiers, whose pay had been increased under Caracalla's reign. Macrinus' attempts at reform were seen as weakening the empire's military might, and his inability to win the loyalty of the legions proved to be his undoing. In 218 CE, the situation took a dramatic turn when Julia Caesar, the grandmother of Caracalla and the sister-in-law of Septimius Severus, engineered a coup against Macrinus. Julia Caesar, a formidable figure from the Severan family, had been exiled from Rome following Caracalla's death, but still wielded considerable influence in the eastern provinces. She proclaimed her grandson, Elagabalus, as the rightful heir to the Severan dynasty. Elagabalus, whose birth name was Varius Avitus Bassianus, was a young teenager at the time, but he had a key advantage: he was the high priest of the eastern sun god Elagabal, and his religious status gave him a devoted following, particularly in Syria. With the support of the Syrian legions, Julia Caesar's forces marched on Rome, proclaiming Elagabalus emperor. Macrinus, realizing that he lacked the support of both the military and the Roman elite, attempted to rally his forces but was decisively defeated in June 218 CE at the Battle of Anche. Macrinus was captured and executed, marking the end of his brief and ill-fated reign. Elagabalus was declared emperor at the age of 14, marking the beginning of one of the most bizarre and controversial reigns in Roman history. Elagabalus' reign, 218 to 222 CE, was dominated by religious fanaticism, eccentric behavior, and political instability. His elevation to the throne was orchestrated by his grandmother, Julia Caesar, who sought to restore the Severan dynasty to power, but it quickly became clear that Elagabalus was not suited for the role of emperor. As high priest of the god Elagabalus attempted to impose his Eastern religious beliefs on the Roman Empire, a move that shocked and alienated much of the Roman population, particularly the Senate and the traditional aristocracy. Upon arriving in Rome, Elagabalus brought with him the sacred black stone of Elagabal, which represented the god's presence on earth. He had the stone installed in a new temple, the Elagabalium, on the Palatine Hill, and ordered that the Roman pantheon, including Jupiter, be subordinated to the worship of Elagabal. This religious imposition, combined with Elagabalus' erratic personal behavior, caused widespread discontent. Elagabalus' reign was marked by scandalous excesses and moral outrages, as he openly flouted Roman traditions. He dressed in elaborate and often feminine clothing, engaged in public religious ceremonies that were considered shocking to Roman sensibilities, and promoted exotic rituals that were seen as foreign and sacrilegious. Elagabalus' eccentricities extended to his personal life as well, and ancient sources, such as Cassius Dio and Herodian, record that he took multiple wives and indulged in numerous sexual liaisons, some of which involved behavior that was considered scandalous even by Roman standards. Despite his erratic behavior, Elagabalus maintained his hold on power for several years, thanks in large part to the support of his grandmother Julia Caesar, who was the real power behind the throne. However, by 222 CE, discontent with Elagabalus had reached a boiling point. Julia Caesar, recognizing the growing opposition to her grandson, decided to shift her support to her other grandson, Severus Alexander, who was seen as a more stable and acceptable alternative. In March 222 CE, a coup was launched against Elagabalus. The Praetorian Guard, who had grown increasingly hostile toward the young emperor, turned against him. Elagabalus and his mother, Julia Soaemias, were assassinated by the Praetorians, their bodies dragged through the streets of Rome before being thrown into the Tiber River. With Elagabalus dead, Severus Alexander was proclaimed emperor, bringing an end to the brief and chaotic reign of Elagabalus. Severus Alexander, just 13 years old at the time of his ascension, became emperor under the guidance of his grandmother Julia Caesar and his mother Julia Mamaea, who effectively ruled on his behalf during the early years of his reign. Severus Alexander's reign, 222 to 235 CE, was an attempt to restore stability and order to the Roman Empire after the excesses of Elagabalus. His rule was characterized by a return to traditional Roman values, respect for the Senate, and efforts to rebuild the empire's finances and military strength. Severus Alexander was a well-educated and mild-mannered ruler, known for his efforts to consult the Senate and govern through consensus rather than autocracy. His reign was marked by attempts to reduce the influence of the military on politics, which had grown significantly during the reigns of Caracalla and Elagabalus. He also sought to promote legal and administrative reforms, improving the efficiency of the imperial government. One of Severus Alexander's most significant challenges came from the external pressures facing the Roman Empire, particularly from the Sassanid Empire in the east. The Sassanids, who had replaced the Parthians as the dominant power in Persia, posed a serious threat to Rome's eastern provinces. In 231 CE, Severus Alexander launched a military campaign to repel a Sassanid invasion. Although the campaign was not a decisive victory, Severus Alexander managed to stabilize the eastern frontier and prevent further incursions. However, Severus Alexander's efforts to maintain peace and stability were increasingly undermined by growing unrest within the military. His attempts to placate the soldiers through diplomacy and negotiation were seen as signs of weakness, and the legions, particularly those stationed along the Rhine and Danube frontiers, began to lose confidence in his leadership. In 235 CE, during a campaign against the Germanic tribes along the Rhine, Severus Alexander's efforts to negotiate peace with the enemy further alienated his soldiers. The legions, frustrated by what they perceived as the emperor's indecisiveness and lack of military prowess, revolted. Maximinus Thrax, a military commander of humble origins, was proclaimed emperor by the legions, marking the end of Severus Alexander's reign. Severus Alexander and his mother were murdered by their own soldiers, bringing an abrupt end to the Severan dynasty. His assassination marked the beginning of the crisis of the 3rd century, a period of nearly 50 years during which the Roman Empire would be plagued by constant civil war, invasions, economic decline, and political instability. After the assassination of Severus Alexander in 235 CE, the Roman legions on the northern frontier proclaimed their general, Maximinus Thrax, as emperor. Maximinus was a man of humble origins, born in Thrace, modern-day Bulgaria, to a peasant family, and he had risen through the military ranks due to his extraordinary physical strength and prowess as a soldier. His ascension to the imperial throne marked a significant departure from the senatorial aristocracy that had traditionally provided emperors. Maximinus was the first emperor who came entirely from a military background, without the educational or aristocratic pedigree that earlier rulers had possessed. Maximinus' reign, 235 to 238 CE, was defined by his relentless focus on military matters. He spent much of his time on campaign, particularly against the Germanic tribes along the Rhine and Danube frontiers, where he sought to secure Rome's borders and defend against increasing incursions. While Maximinus enjoyed some success in these campaigns, his militaristic focus came at a cost. He neglected the civilian administration of the empire, leaving the Senate and other governing institutions sidelined. This, combined with his brutal and heavy-handed methods, led to widespread discontent within the Roman elite and the provinces. One of the key problems Maximinus faced was the empire's deteriorating economy. The Roman Empire had been struggling financially for decades, and the constant military campaigns, along with Maximinus' lavish spending on the army to ensure its loyalty, only worsened the situation. To fund his military ventures, Maximinus imposed heavy taxation on the provinces and confiscated wealth from the senatorial class. These measures were deeply unpopular and led to growing unrest across the empire. By 238 CE, the discontent with Maximinus' rule had reached a boiling point. In the province of Africa, a revolt broke out when the local landowners, furious over the oppressive taxation, proclaimed a wealthy elderly senator named Gordian I as emperor. Gordian I, who was well respected in the province, accepted the title and ruled briefly alongside his son, Gordian II. Their rebellion was supported by the Senate in Rome, which declared Maximinus a public enemy. This marked the beginning of what is known as the Year of the Six Emperors, a year in which multiple contenders claimed the imperial throne, leading to widespread chaos. Unfortunately for Gordian I and Gordian II, their rebellion was short-lived. Maximinus' loyal governor in Numidia, Capelianus, marched on Carthage with a small but disciplined force, and in the ensuing battle, Gordian II was killed. Upon hearing of his son's death, the elderly Gordian I committed suicide, leaving the rebellion in disarray. Despite the swift collapse of the Gordian revolt, the Senate in Rome was not prepared to submit to Maximinus. Fearing reprisals, the Senate quickly appointed two new co-emperors, Pupienus and Balbinus, both experienced senators and military commanders. However, their dual reign was marked by distrust and division. Meanwhile, Maximinus, furious at the rebellion, marched his army from the northern frontier toward Italy to crush the Senate's opposition. As Maximinus advanced toward Rome, the situation became increasingly dire for the Senate. Maximinus' army, however, faced significant difficulties during the march, particularly in Aquileia, where the city's inhabitants put up fierce resistance, delaying his progress. This delay allowed tensions within Maximinus' own army to fester. By the time he reached Aquileia, Maximinus had lost the support of his troops, who were tired of constant campaigning and the harsh conditions they faced. In April 238 CE, Maximinus was assassinated by his own soldiers, who had grown disillusioned with his rule. His death marked the end of his short but brutal reign. The assassination of Maximinus did not bring peace to the empire. The new co-emperors, Pupienus and Balbinus, proved unable to work together effectively, and their joint rule quickly descended into infighting. To appease the Roman people and the army, they appointed Gordian III, the teenage grandson of Gordian I, as Caesar, junior emperor. However, in July 238 CE, Pupienus and Balbinus were assassinated by the Praetorian Guard, who had grown increasingly powerful and volatile during this period of instability. Gordian III, now just 13 years old, was declared the sole emperor of Rome. Gordian III's reign, 238 to 244 CE, was largely controlled by his advisors and regents, particularly his powerful praetorian prefect, Timesitheus. Despite his youth and inexperience, Gordian III managed to maintain a relatively stable rule during the first few years of his reign, thanks to Timesitheus' capable leadership. The empire, however, continued to face external threats, particularly from the newly established Sassanid Empire in Persia. In 241 CE, the Sassanid king Shapur I launched an invasion of the Roman-controlled territories in the east, capturing several cities and threatening Roman dominance in the region. Gordian III, under the guidance of Timesitheus, led a military campaign to repel the Sassanid forces. The campaign initially went well, with the Roman army achieving several victories and pushing back the Sassanids. However, during the campaign, Timesitheus fell ill and died, leaving Gordian III without his most trusted advisor. Following Timesitheus' death, a new praetorian prefect, Philip the Arab, rose to power. Philip, who harbored ambitions of his own, began to undermine Gordian III's authority. In 244 CE, Gordian III was either killed in battle or assassinated under mysterious circumstances, and Philip declared himself emperor. Philip's rise to power marked yet another turning point in the ongoing political instability of the Roman Empire. Philip the Arab's reign, 244 to 249 CE, was notable for his efforts to restore stability to the empire, both militarily and economically. One of his first actions as emperor was to negotiate a peace treaty with Shapur I, effectively ending the Roman-Sassanid conflict in the east. While this brought temporary relief to the eastern provinces, Philip's decision to pay a large sum of money as part of the peace settlement was seen as a humiliation by many Romans, particularly the legions. Philip's reign is also remembered for his celebration of Rome's millennium. In 248 CE, Philip organized lavish games and festivals to mark the 1000th anniversary of the founding of Rome, a momentous occasion in Roman history. However, despite these celebrations, the empire continued to face significant internal and external challenges. Along the northern frontiers, Germanic tribes and other barbarian groups continued to press against Roman defenses, leading to a series of military crises. In 249 CE, one of Philip's generals, Decius, was proclaimed emperor by his legions in Pannonia. Decius marched on Rome, and in the ensuing civil war, Philip was defeated and killed in battle. Decius became the new emperor, but his reign would be short-lived, as the empire plunged deeper into crisis. The crisis of the 3rd century was now in full swing. The rapid succession of emperors, constant civil wars, and external invasions from the Sassanids, Goths, and other barbarian groups severely weakened the Roman state. Additionally, the empire faced an economic collapse, exacerbated by hyperinflation, debasement of the currency, and the growing power of regional elites who often acted independently of the central government. The reign of Decius, 249 to 251 CE, is particularly remembered for the outbreak of the Gothic Wars and the first empire-wide persecution of Christians. Decius sought to restore traditional Roman values and religious practices, believing that the empire's woes were a result of the neglect of the Roman gods. In 250 CE, he issued an edict requiring all Roman citizens to perform a public sacrifice to the Roman gods as a demonstration of loyalty to the empire. Christians, who refused to participate in these sacrifices, became the target of widespread persecution. This marked the first time that persecution of Christians was instituted on a wide scale across the Roman Empire. Decius' efforts to restore order were cut short when he led a military campaign against the Goths, a Germanic tribe that had invaded Roman territory along the Danube. In 251 CE, Decius was killed in the Battle of Abritus, becoming the first Roman emperor to die in battle against a foreign enemy. His death further deepened the crisis, as the empire struggled to find stable leadership amidst growing internal and external threats. After the death of Decius in 251 CE, the Roman Empire plunged deeper into crisis. External threats from the Goths, Franks, and the Sassanid Empire in the east continued to pressure the frontiers, while internal instability saw a rapid succession of emperors, each struggling to maintain power in the face of growing challenges. In the immediate aftermath of Decius' death, Trebonianus Gallus became emperor. His reign, 251 to 253 CE, was brief and largely ineffective. To manage the Gothic threat, Gallus negotiated a treaty with the Goths, agreeing to pay them an annual tribute in exchange for peace. While this temporarily halted the Gothic invasions, it was seen as a humiliating concession and did little to restore Roman prestige. Gallus' reign ended abruptly when he was overthrown by his own general, Aemilian, who marched on Rome with the support of his legions. Gallus was assassinated, but Aemilian's time as emperor was equally short-lived. Within a few months, Valerian, the governor of the eastern provinces, was declared emperor by his troops, leading to Aemilian's death and Valerian's rise to power in 253 CE. Valerian's reign, 253 to 260 CE, was an attempt to restore order to the crumbling empire. Recognizing the vastness of the threats facing Rome, Valerian appointed his son Gallienus as co-emperor, giving him control of the western provinces while Valerian focused on the east. This division of power was a pragmatic solution, given the simultaneous pressures on multiple fronts, but it also set the stage for further fragmentation within the empire. One of Valerian's primary concerns was the growing threat from the Sassanid Empire, which had been aggressively expanding under Shapur I. In 260 CE, Valerian personally led a military campaign to defend Roman Syria from the Sassanid forces. However, his campaign ended in disaster. Valerian was defeated at the Battle of Edessa, captured by Shapur, and held as a prisoner of war. His capture was a humiliating blow to Roman prestige, as Valerian became the first Roman emperor to be taken alive by a foreign enemy. According to some sources, Shapur used Valerian as a footstool when mounting his horse and subjected him to other humiliations before his eventual death in captivity. Valerian's capture left his son, Gallienus, as the sole emperor. Gallienus' reign, 253 to 268 CE, is often seen as one of the most challenging in Roman history, as the empire faced constant invasions, rebellions, and economic decline. Gallienus attempted to deal with the chaos as best he could, but the sheer number of crises meant that he was constantly putting out fires, both figuratively and literally. One of Gallienus' most significant challenges was the emergence of breakaway empires within Roman territory. In 260 CE, Postumus, a Roman general stationed in Gaul, declared himself emperor and established the Gallic Empire, which included Gaul, Britain, and parts of Hispania. Postumus' Gallic Empire was essentially an independent Roman state, with its own administration and military, and it would last for nearly 15 years before being reabsorbed into the Roman Empire. At the same time, in the eastern provinces, another powerful figure, Odoenithus, the ruler of Palmyra, rose to prominence. Following Valerian's capture, Odoenithus rallied Roman forces in the east and led successful campaigns against the Sassanids, pushing them back and securing Roman territory in Syria and Mesopotamia. Odoenithus was granted the title of Dux Romanorum, leader of the Romans, and effectively governed the eastern provinces as a semi-independent ruler. After his assassination in 267 CE, his widow, Queen Zenobia, took control of Palmyra and declared the formation of the Palmyrene Empire, which would eventually encompass Syria, Egypt, and parts of Asia Minor. Like the Gallic Empire, the Palmyrene Empire operated separately from the central Roman authority. While Gallienus struggled to hold the empire together, he made several important reforms, particularly in the military. He established a more mobile and flexible cavalry corps, which would become a key component of Roman military strategy in the later empire. Gallienus also reduced the influence of the senatorial class in military matters, favoring professional soldiers and equestrian officers to lead the legions. These reforms helped improve the empire's defenses, but did little to stem the tide of invasions and internal strife. By the mid-260s, the situation had become untenable. Gallienus faced rebellion after rebellion, and his authority was constantly challenged by rival generals. In 268 CE, Gallienus was assassinated by his own officers while besieging the rebel city of Mediolanum, modern-day Milan. His death marked the end of his difficult reign, but it also opened the door for a new emperor who would attempt to restore stability to the fractured empire. After Gallienus' death, the legions proclaimed Claudius II, known as Claudius Gothicus, as emperor. Claudius Gothicus, 268 to 270 CE, is remembered for his decisive victory against the Goths at the Battle of Naissus in 269 CE, where he inflicted a crushing defeat on the invading Gothic forces. This victory temporarily secured the northern frontier and earned Claudius the title Gothicus, cementing his reputation as a capable military leader. However, Claudius' reign was cut short when he died of the plague in 270 CE, leaving the empire once again in a precarious position. Following Claudius' death, his trusted general, Aurelian, was proclaimed emperor by the legions. Aurelian, 270 to 275 CE, would prove to be one of the most important emperors of the 3rd century, as he embarked on a series of campaigns to reunify the fractured empire and restore central authority. Aurelian inherited a deeply divided empire. The Gallic Empire still controlled much of the west, while Zenobia's Palmyrene Empire dominated the east. In addition, barbarian invasions from the Goths, Vandals, Alemanni, and other Germanic tribes continued to threaten the borders. Aurelian, a skilled and determined military commander, moved quickly to address these threats. One of Aurelian's first major challenges was dealing with the Alemanni, who had crossed the Alps and invaded Italy. In 270 CE, Aurelian defeated the Alemanni in a series of battles, including the Battle of Placentia and the Battle of Fano, effectively driving them out of Italy and securing the heartland of the empire. To prevent further invasions, Aurelian ordered the construction of a massive new set of defensive walls around Rome, known as the Aurelian Walls, which would protect the city for centuries to come. With Italy secure, Aurelian turned his attention to the east. In 272 CE, he launched a campaign against Zenobia and her Palmyrene Empire. Zenobia had expanded her control over much of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt, which was a critical source of grain for Rome. Aurelian's forces advanced into Syria, and after a series of battles, including the decisive Battle of Imae, Aurelian defeated Zenobia's army and captured Palmyra. Zenobia herself was taken prisoner and paraded in Aurelian's triumph in Rome, marking the end of the Palmyrene Empire. After securing the east, Aurelian turned his attention to the west. In 274 CE, he marched against the Gallic Empire, which had been ruled by Tetricus since the death of Postumus. Aurelian's forces quickly overpowered the Gallic armies, and Tetricus, recognizing the futility of resistance, surrendered to Aurelian. With the defeat of the Gallic Empire, Aurelian had successfully reunified the Roman Empire, bringing the breakaway provinces back under central control. Aurelian's achievements in reunifying the empire earned him the title Restitutor Orbis, restorer of the world. His reign marked a brief but significant period of recovery for the Roman Empire, as he restored order to the frontiers, quelled internal rebellions, and took steps to stabilize the economy, which had been severely weakened by decades of civil war and inflation. However, Aurelian's reign came to an abrupt end in 275 CE when he was assassinated by members of his own staff, who had been misled into believing that Aurelian planned to execute them. His death left a power vacuum, and the empire once again faced uncertainty. Despite this, Aurelian's efforts to reunify the empire and restore central authority laid the groundwork for future emperors, particularly Diocletian, who would implement even more significant reforms in the years to come. After the assassination of Aurelian in 275 CE, the Roman Empire once again entered a period of instability. Several short-lived emperors, including Tacitus, Probus, and Carus, briefly took the throne but were unable to achieve the lasting reforms needed to address the empire's deep-rooted problems. The empire remained plagued by external invasions, internal revolts, and severe economic troubles. By the late 3rd century, the Roman state was nearing a breaking point, with its military stretched thin and its economy in disarray due to hyperinflation and the debasement of currency. The turning point came in 284 CE, when Diocletian, a general from the Roman province of Dalmatia, was proclaimed emperor by his troops following the death of the previous emperor, Numerian. Diocletian's rise marked the beginning of a new era for the Roman Empire, as he implemented a series of radical reforms that fundamentally transformed the structure of Roman governance, the military, and the economy. Diocletian's first and perhaps most important reform was the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of shared imperial rule designed to address the empire's vast size and complex challenges. Recognizing that a single emperor could no longer effectively govern such a large and diverse empire, Diocletian divided the Roman world into 4 parts. He appointed a co-emperor, Maximian, to rule the western half of the empire, while Diocletian himself focused on the eastern half. In addition, Diocletian appointed 2 junior emperors, or Caesars, to assist in governing the empire and to act as designated successors. Constantius Chlorus was assigned to the western provinces under Maximian, while Galerius governed the eastern provinces under Diocletian. This new system of government, called the Tetrarchy, from the Greek word for rule of 4, was intended to bring stability to the empire by creating a more efficient and responsive leadership structure. Each of the 4 rulers had clearly defined responsibilities. They governed different regions of the empire, commanded their own military forces, and were responsible for defending the frontiers and maintaining order. The Tetrarchy also established a clear system of succession, reducing the likelihood of civil wars over imperial power. The idea was that when the senior emperors, the Augusti, retired or died, their junior colleagues, the Caesars, would automatically succeed them, ensuring a smooth transition of power. Diocletian's decision to divide the empire into multiple administrative units was a pragmatic response to the increasing complexity of Roman governance. The empire had grown too large for one man to control, and local problems, whether military, economic, or administrative, required immediate attention. By decentralizing power, Diocletian hoped to make the government more flexible and capable of responding to threats in different regions. In addition to reorganizing the government, Diocletian undertook a comprehensive reform of the Roman military. The 3rd century had seen constant invasions from Germanic tribes along the Rhine and Danube, as well as the aggressive expansion of the Sassanid Empire in the east. Diocletian significantly increased the size of the Roman army, establishing new legions and reorganizing the military structure. He divided the army into 2 distinct parts: border troops, limitanae, who were stationed along the frontiers to guard against invasions, and mobile field armies, comitatenses, which could be deployed quickly to respond to internal rebellions or large-scale invasions. This military reorganization allowed Diocletian to secure the empire's borders more effectively. He personally led campaigns against the Sarmatians, Goths, and other Germanic tribes, stabilizing the northern frontier. In the east, Diocletian fought several wars against the Sassanid Empire, eventually negotiating a favorable peace that secured Rome's eastern provinces. While Diocletian's military reforms helped secure the frontiers, his most far-reaching reforms were aimed at addressing the economic crisis that had gripped the Roman Empire for decades. The late 3rd century had been marked by rampant inflation, caused in part by the debasement of the Roman currency. Previous emperors, desperate to fund their armies and public works, had minted large quantities of coins with reduced silver content, leading to a collapse in the value of Roman money. Diocletian recognized that this economic instability was a major threat to the empire's survival. To combat inflation, Diocletian introduced a new coinage system, issuing a series of more stable coins made from gold, silver, and bronze. The most important of these was the aureus, a gold coin that became the standard for Roman currency. He also introduced the argentius, a high-quality silver coin. By stabilizing the currency, Diocletian hoped to restore confidence in Roman money and reduce the rampant inflation that had plagued the empire. In addition to currency reform, Diocletian attempted to control prices and wages through the infamous Edict on Maximum Prices, issued in 301 CE. This edict set fixed prices for thousands of goods and services across the empire, ranging from grain and meat to clothing and labor. The goal was to curb inflation and ensure that essential goods remained affordable for Roman citizens. However, the edict proved difficult to enforce, and widespread black market activity soon developed. Merchants often ignored the price controls, and the penalties for violating the edict, death, were not enough to deter economic cheating. Despite its failure, the edict on maximum prices reflected Diocletian's determination to address the economic problems that had long plagued the empire. Another important aspect of Diocletian's reforms was his restructuring of the Roman provinces. Diocletian divided the empire's provinces into smaller administrative units, increasing the total number of provinces from around 50 to over 100. This division was designed to make the provinces easier to govern and to prevent rebellious governors or military commanders from amassing too much power. Diocletian also grouped these provinces into larger administrative units called dioceses, each governed by an official known as a vicarius. These reforms helped to decentralize authority and reduce the chances of provincial governors or military leaders challenging the central government. Diocletian's efforts to restore stability to the Roman Empire were not limited to political and economic reforms. He also undertook a significant religious initiative aimed at restoring traditional Roman religious practices. By the late 3rd century, Christianity had spread widely throughout the Roman Empire, and while many emperors had tolerated the religion, Diocletian saw it as a threat to the unity of the state. He believed that the growing number of Christians, who refused to participate in Roman religious rituals, undermined the authority of the emperor and the traditional Roman gods. In 303 CE, Diocletian launched the Great Persecution, the last and most severe attempt by the Roman state to eradicate Christianity. Diocletian's edicts ordered the destruction of Christian churches, the burning of Christian scriptures, and the arrest of Christian leaders. Christians who refused to renounce their faith were subject to execution or forced labor. While the persecution caused great suffering among Christians, it ultimately failed to suppress the religion. By the time of Diocletian's abdication, Christianity remained resilient and continued to grow, laying the foundation for its eventual legalization and dominance under the later Emperor Constantine. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Diocletian's reign was his decision to abdicate the throne voluntarily in 305 CE, the first Roman emperor to do so. Diocletian retired to his palace in Split, on the Dalmatian coast, where he lived out the rest of his life cultivating vegetables and enjoying a quiet retirement. His abdication marked the end of the first phase of the Tetrarchy, as Maximian, his co-emperor in the west, also stepped down at the same time, passing power to the junior emperors, Constantius Chlorus and Galerius. While Diocletian's reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they did not solve all of its problems. The tetrarchic system of shared rule quickly began to break down after his retirement, as rivalries among the emperors and their successors led to new civil wars. Nonetheless, Diocletian's reforms, particularly his military and administrative reorganizations, laid the foundation for the continued existence of the Roman Empire for centuries to come. His reign marked a crucial turning point in the transformation of Rome from the classical empire of the Principate to the more autocratic and militarized Dominate. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Roman Empire entered a period of renewed instability. Diocletian's system of the Tetrarchy, with 2 senior emperors, the Augusti, and 2 junior emperors, the Caesars, was intended to ensure smooth transitions of power and prevent civil wars over succession. However, almost immediately after Diocletian stepped down, the balance of power began to unravel. When Diocletian retired, his co-emperor, Maximian, also abdicated, and the 2 junior emperors, Constantius Chlorus in the west and Galerius in the east, became the senior Augusti. 2 new Caesars were appointed to assist them, but tensions soon emerged, particularly over the western half of the empire. Constantius Chlorus, who ruled over Britain, Gaul, and Hispania, died in 306 CE while campaigning in Britain. His death set off a series of power struggles, as his troops proclaimed his son, Constantine, as emperor. This was not part of the carefully crafted tetrarchic system, and it immediately threw the succession into chaos. At the same time, in Italy, Maxentius, the son of the former emperor Maximian, also declared himself emperor, further complicating the situation. The empire was now split between multiple claimants to the throne: Constantine in the west, Maxentius in Italy, Licinius in the Balkans, and Galerius in the east. For nearly a decade, these rival emperors jostled for power, engaging in both political maneuvering and military campaigns. Constantine's rise to power was marked by a series of strategic alliances and military victories. Early in his reign, he secured control over Gaul and Britain, establishing himself as the dominant ruler in the western provinces. Meanwhile, Maxentius held Rome and the Italian peninsula, where he ruled as a usurper. In 312 CE, Constantine launched a military campaign to unseat Maxentius and take control of Italy. The defining moment of Constantine's rise came at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, fought just outside Rome on October 28, 312 CE. According to ancient sources, including Eusebius of Caesarea and Lactantius, Constantine had a vision on the eve of the battle in which he saw a cross of light in the sky accompanied by the words "In hoc signo vinces," Latin for "in this sign, you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign from the Christian God, Constantine ordered his soldiers to paint the Chi-Rho symbol, the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek, on their shields. At the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, Constantine's forces decisively defeated Maxentius' army. Maxentius himself drowned in the Tiber River while attempting to flee. This victory gave Constantine control over Rome and the western half of the Roman Empire, solidifying his position as one of the most powerful figures in the empire. Constantine's victory at the Milvian Bridge marked a turning point in Roman history, not only because it secured his political dominance, but also because it signaled the beginning of his conversion to Christianity. While Constantine had previously shown some favor toward Christianity, his victory convinced him that the Christian God had granted him divine support. In 313 CE, Constantine, along with his co-emperor Licinius, issued the Edict of Milan, which granted religious tolerance to all religions within the Roman Empire, effectively legalizing Christianity and ending the state-sponsored persecution of Christians that had persisted for centuries. The Edict of Milan was a watershed moment in Roman history, as it marked the beginning of the empire's transition from a polytheistic society to one in which Christianity would eventually become the dominant religion. While Constantine himself remained a pragmatic ruler, often blending traditional Roman religious practices with his Christian beliefs, his support for Christianity was clear. He provided financial support for the church, commissioned the construction of Christian basilicas, and promoted Christians to high-ranking positions within the imperial government. With the western half of the empire under his control, Constantine turned his attention to the east, where his rival Licinius still ruled. Initially, the two emperors maintained a cooperative relationship, but tensions between them grew over time. In 324 CE, Constantine launched a final military campaign against Licinius, culminating in the Battle of Chrysopolis. Constantine's forces emerged victorious, and Licinius was captured and later executed. With this victory, Constantine became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, bringing an end to the period of civil wars and restoring unity to the empire. Constantine's reign as the sole emperor, 324 to 337 CE, was one of the most transformative in Roman history. One of his most significant achievements was his decision to establish a new capital for the Roman Empire in the east. In 330 CE, Constantine founded the city of Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. Constantinople was strategically located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, and its position allowed Constantine to better manage the eastern provinces and defend against threats from the Persians and other eastern powers. Constantinople quickly grew into one of the most important cities in the empire, rivaling Rome in wealth and prestige. Constantine invested heavily in the city's infrastructure, building palaces, churches, forums, and defensive walls. He also made Constantinople a center of Christian worship, commissioning the construction of the Grand Church of Hagia Sophia, which would become one of the most important Christian landmarks in the world. By establishing a new capital in the east, Constantine effectively shifted the center of gravity of the Roman Empire away from Rome and toward the eastern Mediterranean, a change that would have lasting consequences for the empire's future. Another major focus of Constantine's reign was his continued support for Christianity. In 325 CE, Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea, the first ecumenical council of the Christian Church, to address growing theological disputes within the Christian community, particularly the controversy over Arianism, a belief that questioned the full divinity of Jesus Christ. The council produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that affirmed the Orthodox belief in the Trinity and condemned Arianism as a heresy. The Council of Nicaea was a significant step in the process of defining Christian doctrine and establishing a unified Christian church within the empire. Despite his support for Christianity, Constantine remained a complex figure when it came to religion. While he clearly favored Christianity, he continued to allow traditional Roman religious practices and retained the title of Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Roman paganism. His religious policies were pragmatic, designed to maintain social and political stability while encouraging the spread of Christianity. As Constantine aged, he faced the question of succession. In a move that harkened back to the Tetrarchy, Constantine divided the empire among his three sons, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans. He hoped that this division would prevent civil war and ensure a smooth transition of power after his death. However, Constantine's efforts to secure a stable succession were ultimately unsuccessful. After his death in 337 CE, his sons quickly turned against each other, leading to a new round of civil wars. Constantine's death marked the end of one of the most important reigns in Roman history. His legacy was profound. He had reunited the Roman Empire after decades of division, established Constantinople as a new imperial capital, and, most importantly, laid the foundation for the Christianization of the empire. While his successors would continue to face challenges, Constantine's reign marked the beginning of the transition from the pagan Roman Empire to the Christian Roman Empire, a transformation that would shape the future of Europe and the Mediterranean world for centuries to come. Upon Constantine's death in 337 CE, the empire was divided among his three surviving sons, Constantine II, who received the western provinces, Gaul, Britain, and Hispania, Constantius II, who ruled over the eastern provinces, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, and Constans, who controlled Italy, Africa, and Illyricum. This division of the empire, intended to ensure stability, quickly descended into conflict as each brother sought to expand his power and assert dominance over the others. The first of these conflicts erupted between Constantine II and Constans. Constantine II, the eldest of the three brothers, believed that as the senior emperor, he had the right to control more territory than his younger siblings. In 340 CE, he attempted to invade Italy, which was under Constan's control. However, Constantine II was killed in an ambush during the campaign, leaving Constans as the sole ruler of the western half of the empire. Constans ruled the western provinces alone from 340 to 350 CE, but his reign was marked by growing unpopularity. His harsh taxation policies, combined with his perceived favoritism toward Christian bishops and his oppressive rule, led to widespread discontent. In 350 CE, a revolt broke out in Gaul, led by the usurper Magnentius, who declared himself emperor. Constans was forced to flee but was eventually captured and executed by Magnentius' forces. With Constans dead, Magnentius ruled the Western Empire, but his claim to the throne was immediately challenged by Constantius II, who now controlled the eastern half of the empire. Constantius II, a devout Christian and an experienced military commander, refused to recognize Magnentius as a legitimate emperor and launched a campaign to reclaim the western provinces. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Mursa Major in 351 CE, one of the bloodiest battles in Roman history. Constantius II emerged victorious, but the battle took a heavy toll on both sides, with tens of thousands of soldiers killed. Despite his victory at Mursa Major, Constantius II faced continued resistance from Magnentius, who retreated to Gaul to regroup. In 353 CE, Constantius finally defeated Magnentius at the Battle of Mons Seleucus, after which Magnentius took his own life. With Magnentius' death, Constantius II became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, reuniting the East and West under a single emperor for the first time since his father's reign. Constantius II's reign, 337 to 361 CE, was characterized by a strong focus on maintaining religious unity within the empire. As a staunch Christian, Constantius continued his father's policies of promoting Christianity as the favored religion of the state. However, he also faced significant theological controversies, particularly over the growing influence of Arianism, a Christian doctrine that denied the full divinity of Christ. Arianism had gained a significant following in both the eastern and western provinces, and its spread threatened to divide the Christian community. Constantius, who was sympathetic to Arianism, convened several church councils to resolve the theological disputes, but these efforts were largely unsuccessful. The Arian controversy would continue to simmer throughout his reign, creating tension within the Christian Church. Despite these challenges, Constantius strengthened the role of the emperor as a patron of Christianity and continued to suppress pagan religious practices, which were still prevalent in many parts of the empire. Military, and the empire struggled to recover from the blow. More importantly, the defeat marked the beginning of a new era in Roman-barbarian relations. The Visigoths were not simply raiders, they were a displaced people seeking a permanent place within the empire. Following their victory, the Visigoths roamed freely through the Balkans, plundering Roman towns and cities, while the Roman government scrambled to find a way to deal with the crisis. In the wake of Valens' death, the Roman leadership was in disarray. The eastern provinces, still reeling from the defeat at Adrianople, were left without a clear leader, while the Western Emperor Gratian, who had inherited the throne after Valentinian I's death in 375 CE, struggled to maintain control. In an effort to stabilize the situation, Gratian appointed a new co-emperor, Theodosius I, to rule the eastern half of the empire. Theodosius I, 379 to 395 CE, would go on to become one of the most significant emperors of the late Roman Empire, particularly for his role in managing the Gothic crisis and his efforts to establish Christianity as the dominant religion of the empire. Upon taking power, Theodosius immediately began negotiations with the Visigoths, recognizing that the Roman military was too weakened to defeat them outright. In 382 CE, Theodosius reached an agreement with the Visigoths, allowing them to settle in the Balkans as foederati, allied barbarian groups who would provide military service to the Roman Empire in exchange for land and autonomy. This arrangement, while stabilizing the situation in the short term, had far-reaching consequences for the future of the empire. The Visigoths were not fully integrated into Roman society, and their status as semi-independent allies foreshadowed the increasing reliance of the Roman Empire on barbarian federates to defend its borders. Over the next few decades, other barbarian groups, including the Vandals, Franks, and Burgundians, would be settled within Roman territory under similar agreements, further diluting Roman control over its own provinces. Theodosius also took decisive action on the religious front. As a devout Christian, he was committed to eradicating pagan practices and solidifying the role of Nicene Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire. In 380 CE, he issued the Edict of Thessalonica, which declared Christianity the official state religion and condemned all forms of pagan worship. Theodosius' reign marked the final triumph of Christianity over the traditional Roman polytheistic religion, as pagan temples were closed or repurposed, and Christian orthodoxy became the foundation of Roman political and social life. The defeat at Adrianople, the settlement of the Visigoths within Roman territory, and the growing influence of Christianity were all signs of a Roman Empire in transformation. While Theodosius would later reunite the empire, his death in 395 CE would lead to its final division between East and West, a division that would persist for centuries and contribute to the eventual collapse of the Western Roman Empire. After the death of Theodosius I in 395 CE, the Roman Empire was permanently divided into two halves: the Eastern Roman Empire, governed from Constantinople, and the Western Roman Empire, ruled from Ravenna, after Rome ceased to be the administrative capital. Theodosius' two sons inherited these separate halves. Arcadius became emperor in the east, while Honorius took control of the west. This division, though administrative, would soon become more than just a practical arrangement, as the eastern and western halves of the empire began to drift apart politically, culturally, and militarily. The early 5th century was a period of mounting crisis for the Western Roman Empire, as it faced a series of invasions and internal upheavals that weakened its ability to govern and defend its territory. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire, later known as the Byzantine Empire, remained relatively stable and would survive for nearly another 1,000 years. One of the most significant challenges facing the Western Roman Empire during this period was the growing presence of barbarian groups within Roman borders. The Visigoths, who had been settled in the Balkans as foederati under Theodosius, became increasingly restless and sought more autonomy within Roman territory. In 401 CE, under the leadership of their king, Alaric I, the Visigoths began a series of raids into Italy. Although they were initially repelled by the capable Roman general Stilicho, the pressure on the Western Empire continued to mount. Honorius, who ruled the Western Empire from 395 to 423 CE, was a weak and ineffective emperor, relying heavily on Stilicho to manage the empire's military affairs. Stilicho, a talented general of Vandal descent, managed to hold off several barbarian invasions during the early years of Honorius' reign, including a significant victory over Alaric's Visigoths at the Battle of Pollentia in 402 CE. However, Stilicho's success was short-lived. In 408 CE, he was accused of treason and executed, leaving the Western Roman Empire without its most capable military leader at a critical moment. With Stilicho's death, the Western Roman Empire lost its ability to effectively manage the growing threats from barbarian groups. The Visigoths, sensing the empire's weakness, resumed their raids into Italy. In 410 CE, Alaric and his forces marched on Rome itself. On August 24, 410, the sack of Rome occurred, a symbolic event that sent shockwaves throughout the Roman world. Although the sack lasted only a few days and the damage was limited, the psychological impact was profound. Rome had not been sacked by a foreign enemy in over 800 years, and the event was seen as a harbinger of the empire's decline. Alaric's sack of Rome marked the beginning of the barbarian invasions that would eventually dismantle the Western Roman Empire. After the sack, the Visigoths moved into southern Gaul and eventually settled in Hispania, where they established the Visigothic kingdom. The Visigoths were not the only barbarian group to carve out territories within the crumbling empire. The Vandals, originally from Central Europe, crossed into Gaul and Hispania before eventually invading North Africa. In 429 CE, under the leadership of their king, Gaiseric, the Vandals crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and established a kingdom in Carthage. From their new base in North Africa, the Vandals would go on to become a major naval power, launching raids across the Mediterranean and even sacking Rome in 455 CE. Other barbarian groups, including the Burgundians, Franks, and Suebi, also took advantage of the Western Empire's weakening authority. They established their own kingdoms in Gaul and Hispania, further eroding Roman control over these provinces. By the mid-5th century, much of the Western Empire was either under the control of barbarian kings or dominated by local Roman warlords who acted independently of the central government in Ravenna. One of the most formidable threats to the Western Roman Empire during this period came from the Huns, a nomadic people from the Eurasian steppe. The Huns, led by their powerful and charismatic leader Attila, launched a series of devastating raids into the Roman Empire in the 440s and 450s CE. Attila, known as the Scourge of God, sought to extract tribute from both the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and his campaigns terrorized much of Europe. In 451 CE, Attila invaded Gaul but was defeated at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains by a coalition of Roman forces, led by Aetius and their Visigothic allies. Despite this defeat, Attila remained a significant threat. In 452 CE, he invaded Italy, devastating the northern provinces and threatening to march on Rome itself. According to tradition, Attila was persuaded to turn back by an audience with Pope Leo I, though the true reasons for his withdrawal are unclear. Attila's sudden death in 453 CE ended the immediate threat posed by the Huns, and their confederation quickly disintegrated, but the damage they had inflicted on the Roman Empire was severe. As the Western Roman Empire continued to weaken, internal political struggles further undermined its stability. The emperors of the late 5th century were often little more than puppets, controlled by powerful military commanders or barbarian warlords. In 475 CE, a Roman general of barbarian origin, Orestes, deposed the emperor and installed his son, Romulus Augustulus, as a figurehead emperor. Romulus Augustulus, often considered the last emperor of the Western Roman Empire, was only a teenager at the time and wielded little real power. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when Odoacer, a Germanic chieftain, led a rebellion against Orestes and deposed Romulus Augustulus. Odoacer, recognizing the futility of maintaining the pretense of Roman rule in the West, sent the imperial regalia to the Eastern Roman Emperor, Zeno, in Constantinople, effectively signaling the end of the Western Roman Empire. Odoacer declared himself king of Italy, marking the beginning of barbarian rule in the former Roman heartland. The fall of Rome in 476 CE is often seen as the symbolic end of the Western Roman Empire, though by this point, the empire had already been reduced to a shell of its former self. The western provinces were now dominated by various barbarian kingdoms, while the Eastern Roman Empire, centered in Constantinople, continued to thrive. The Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, would preserve much of Roman culture, law, and administrative traditions for nearly 1,000 more years until its eventual fall to the Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE. The collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century did not mean the complete disappearance of Roman civilization. The barbarian kingdoms that emerged in the former Roman provinces often adopted many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In particular, the Visigothic, Vandal, and Frankish kingdoms retained Roman administrative structures and Christian institutions, blending Roman and barbarian traditions into the foundations of medieval Europe. By the early 6th century, the Eastern Roman Empire, now known as the Byzantine Empire, had become the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. While the Western Roman Empire had collapsed in 476 CE, the Byzantine Empire continued to thrive, with its capital in Constantinople serving as a hub of political, cultural, and religious life. The Byzantine emperors saw themselves as the rightful heirs to the Roman Empire and maintained many of the traditions, laws, and institutions of ancient Rome, albeit adapted to their new, predominantly Greek-speaking context. One of the most significant figures in Byzantine history was Justinian I, who came to the throne in 527 CE. Justinian's reign is often seen as a high point in the history of the Byzantine Empire, as he sought to restore the former Roman territories in the West, reform the legal system, and promote Christianity as a unifying force within the empire. From the very beginning of his reign, Justinian embarked on an ambitious project to reconquer the western territories that had been lost to barbarian kingdoms following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. His ultimate goal was to restore the Roman Empire to its former glory, a vision often referred to as Renovatio Imperii, the restoration of the empire. Justinian's military campaigns were led by two of his most talented generals, Belisarius and Narses, who achieved remarkable successes in reclaiming large portions of the former Roman world. The first major target of Justinian's reconquest efforts was the Vandal kingdom in North Africa. The Vandals, under the leadership of Gaiseric, had established a powerful kingdom in Carthage after invading the region in the early 5th century. The Vandal kingdom had been a thorn in the side of the Roman Empire for decades, especially after their sack of Rome in 455 CE. In 533 CE, Justinian sent Belisarius to North Africa with a relatively small but highly disciplined force. Belisarius' campaign was swift and decisive. He defeated the Vandals at the Battle of Tricomarum, captured Carthage, and restored North Africa to Byzantine control, ending the Vandal kingdom. Following his success in North Africa, Justinian turned his attention to Italy, which had been ruled by the Ostrogoths since the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Gothic War, 535 to 554 CE, was a protracted and bloody conflict, as the Ostrogoths resisted fiercely. Belisarius initially made significant gains, capturing Rome in 536 CE and defeating the Ostrogothic king, Vitiges, at the siege of Ravenna. However, the war dragged on for nearly 2 decades, as the Ostrogoths regrouped under the leadership of Totila and fought to reclaim their lost territory. It wasn't until 554 CE, after the combined efforts of Belisarius and Narses, that the Ostrogoths were finally defeated, and Italy was brought back under Byzantine control. In addition to North Africa and Italy, Justinian's forces also launched campaigns in southern Spain, where they managed to capture parts of the Visigothic kingdom. By the end of his reign, Justinian had succeeded in reclaiming significant portions of the Western Roman territories, though the cost of these wars had been immense, both in terms of manpower and financial resources. While Justinian's military campaigns were ambitious, his reign is perhaps best remembered for his legal reforms, particularly the creation of the Corpus Juris Civilis, body of civil law, commonly known as Justinian's Code. This monumental legal project, completed between 529 and 534 CE, involved the systematic codification of Roman law, which had become a confusing and contradictory body of legal traditions over the centuries. Justinian's Code simplified and streamlined Roman law, making it more accessible and applicable to the empire's diverse population. The Corpus Juris Civilis would go on to have a profound influence on the development of legal systems in Europe and remains one of the most important legacies of the Byzantine Empire. Justinian was also a great patron of architecture and art, and his reign saw the construction of some of the most iconic buildings in Byzantine history. The most famous of these is the Hagia Sophia, the Grand Cathedral in Constantinople, which was completed in 537 CE. Designed by the architects Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus, the Hagia Sophia was a masterpiece of Byzantine engineering and architecture, featuring a massive central dome that seemed to float above the building's interior. The Hagia Sophia served as the spiritual and political heart of the Byzantine Empire for nearly 1,000 years and remains one of the most recognizable symbols of Byzantine cultural achievement. Justinian's reign, however, was not without significant challenges. One of the most devastating events of his reign was the outbreak of the plague of Justinian in 541 CE, which is considered one of the first recorded pandemics in history. The plague, likely caused by the Yersinia pestis bacterium, the same bacterium responsible for the Black Death in the 14th century, swept through the empire, killing millions of people and severely weakening the Byzantine economy. Constantinople was particularly hard hit, with tens of thousands of deaths reported in the city. The plague decimated the population, leading to labor shortages, reduced agricultural production, and a general decline in the empire's wealth and military strength. In addition to the plague, Justinian faced significant external threats, particularly from the Sassanid Empire in the east. The Sassanids, under their powerful king Khosrow I, launched a series of invasions into Byzantine territory in Syria and Mesopotamia, resulting in several costly wars. While Justinian was able to secure a peace treaty with Khosrow in 562 CE, the constant warfare on the eastern frontier drained the empire's resources and diverted attention from other pressing issues, such as defending the newly reconquered western territories. Justinian also faced significant internal unrest. In 532 CE, shortly after his rise to power, Constantinople was rocked by the Nika riots, a violent uprising that nearly toppled Justinian's regime. The riots began as a dispute between rival chariot racing factions, the Blues and the Greens, but quickly escalated into a full-scale rebellion against the emperor's policies, including his heavy taxation and perceived favoritism towards certain religious factions. The rioters burned much of Constantinople, including the original Hagia Sophia. Justinian, initially on the verge of fleeing the city, was persuaded to stay by his formidable wife, Theodora, who famously declared that royalty is a fine burial shroud, meaning that she would rather die an empress than live in exile. With Theodora's encouragement, Justinian ordered Belisarius to suppress the rebellion, which he did with brutal efficiency, killing thousands of rioters and restoring order to the city. Despite these challenges, Justinian's reign was one of great accomplishment. His efforts to restore the Roman Empire, codify Roman law, and promote Christianity as the unifying force of the empire left a lasting legacy. However, his ambitious military campaigns and lavish building projects came at a tremendous financial cost, and the empire was left in a precarious position at the time of his death in 565 CE. Following Justinian's death, the Byzantine Empire faced renewed pressure from external enemies and internal divisions. The western territories that Justinian had reconquered, particularly Italy, were difficult to hold, and the Byzantine presence in the west gradually weakened in the decades after his death. In the east, the Sassanid Empire remained a constant threat, and new challenges would soon arise with the emergence of Islam in the 7th century. Following the death of Justinian, the Byzantine Empire entered a period of significant internal and external challenges. Justinian had left the empire with a mixed legacy. While his military conquests, legal reforms, and architectural achievements were remarkable, his ambitious projects had also drained the empire's finances and overstretched its military. His successors were left to grapple with these issues as they faced new and escalating threats on multiple fronts. The first of Justinian's successors was his nephew, Justin II, reigned 565 to 578 CE. Justin II inherited a precarious situation, as the empire's resources were strained, and its borders remained vulnerable to invasion. Justin's reign began with attempts to continue Justinian's policies, but it quickly became clear that the empire could no longer afford the same level of military and territorial ambition. One of the first major crises Justin faced was in Italy, where the Lombards, a Germanic tribe, invaded in 568 CE. The Lombards quickly overran much of the northern and central parts of Italy, establishing a kingdom that would persist for centuries. Although the Byzantines managed to retain control of Ravenna and parts of southern Italy, the Lombard invasion marked the end of Byzantine dominance in Italy and the fragmentation of the Italian peninsula into competing powers. Justin II also faced significant threats from the Avars and Slavs in the Balkans, as these groups began to press into Byzantine territory, raiding settlements and threatening the empire's northern borders. At the same time, the Sassanid Empire, led by Khosrow I, renewed its hostilities against Byzantium, launching attacks on Byzantine-held Armenia and Syria. The strain of defending multiple frontiers simultaneously proved too much for the Byzantine military, and Justin II struggled to manage the situation effectively. By the early 570s, Justin II's mental health began to deteriorate, and he was no longer capable of governing. In 574 CE, his wife, Empress Sophia, persuaded him to appoint Tiberius, a successful general, as Caesar and co-emperor. Tiberius effectively took control of the government, ruling as Tiberius II Constantine after Justin's death in 578 CE. Tiberius II's reign, 578 to 582 CE, was characterized by efforts to stabilize the empire's military situation. He made significant concessions to the Avars, paying them tribute to prevent further invasions in the Balkans, and he sought to bolster the empire's defenses against the Sassanids. However, the ongoing wars with the Sassanids continued to drain the empire's resources. In 582 CE, Tiberius II died, and the throne passed to his son-in-law, Maurice. Maurice, reigned 582 to 602 CE, is often seen as one of the more capable rulers of this period, particularly for his military reforms and his efforts to restore stability to the empire. Maurice focused on reorganizing the Byzantine army and introduced new administrative divisions, known as exarchates, in Italy and Africa. These exarchates were designed to give military governors greater autonomy in defending the empire's far-flung provinces, allowing them to respond more quickly to local threats. The Exarchate of Ravenna and the Exarchate of Carthage became important centers of Byzantine power in the west. Maurice's most notable military success came in the Balkans, where he launched a series of campaigns to push back the Avars and Slavs, re-establishing Byzantine control over large parts of the region. By the late 590s, Maurice had managed to secure peace on the Balkan frontier, and he even achieved a major victory over the Sassanids. In 591 CE, the Sassanid king Khosrow II was ousted from his throne by a usurper, and he sought refuge in the Byzantine Empire. Maurice supported Khosrow's return to power, providing him with military assistance in exchange for territorial concessions. This victory brought a temporary end to the Byzantine-Sassanid wars and established a period of relative peace between the two empires. Despite his military successes, Maurice's reign ended in disaster. In 602 CE, he faced a mutiny among his troops, who were discontented with his strict discipline and the harsh winter conditions during a campaign on the Danube frontier. The mutiny quickly escalated into a full-scale rebellion, led by Phocas, a low-ranking officer. Maurice was overthrown, and Phocas was declared emperor. Maurice and his family were captured and executed, plunging the empire into chaos. Phocas' reign, 602 to 610 CE, is widely regarded as one of the darkest periods in Byzantine history. His rule was marked by incompetence, brutal repression, and widespread internal unrest. Under Phocas, the Byzantine Empire was plunged into a state of near collapse. The Sassanid king, Khosrow II, used the murder of his benefactor Maurice as a pretext to launch a new war against Byzantium. The Sassanid armies quickly overran Byzantine territories in the Near East, capturing Syria, Palestine, and much of Asia Minor. At the same time, the Avars and Slavs resumed their invasions of the Balkans, further destabilizing the empire's northern frontiers. Phocas' disastrous reign came to an end in 610 CE, when he was overthrown by Heraclius, the son of the Exarch of Carthage. Heraclius, reigned 610 to 641 CE, inherited an empire in a state of near-total collapse, with the Sassanids occupying much of the Byzantine heartland and the Balkans under constant attack. However, Heraclius proved to be a capable and determined ruler, and his reign would mark one of the most dramatic turnarounds in Byzantine history. Upon taking power, Heraclius reorganized the Byzantine military and administration, implementing a series of far-reaching reforms. One of his most significant innovations was the establishment of the themes system, a military and administrative structure in which Byzantine provinces, themes, were governed by military commanders who were responsible for both civil administration and defense. This system allowed for a more efficient and decentralized method of governing the empire and proved to be an essential part of Byzantine survival in the centuries to come. Heraclius' reign was dominated by his efforts to reclaim the territories lost to the Sassanids. In a series of bold military campaigns between 622 and 628 CE, Heraclius turned the tide of the war. He led his armies deep into Persian territory, launching counterattacks that eventually forced the Sassanids to retreat. In 628 CE, Khosrow II was overthrown in a coup, and the new Persian ruler sued for peace. Heraclius' victory restored Byzantine control over Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, and he triumphantly returned the True Cross, a Christian relic that had been captured by the Sassanids, to Jerusalem. Despite Heraclius' remarkable successes, his triumphs would soon be overshadowed by a new and even more formidable challenge, the rise of Islam. In the years following Heraclius' victory over the Sassanids, a new religious and political force emerged from the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, founded by the Prophet Muhammad, quickly spread throughout Arabia, uniting the Arab tribes under a single faith and leadership. After Muhammad's death in 632 CE, the Rashidun Caliphate, the first Islamic empire, embarked on a series of military campaigns that would forever alter the balance of power in the Near East. The Byzantine Empire, exhausted by decades of war with the Sassanids, was ill-prepared to defend itself against the rapid expansion of the Arab armies. In 636 CE, the Byzantine army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Yarmouk, where the Arab forces, led by the Caliphate's general Khalid ibn al-Walid, decisively defeated the Byzantines and secured control of Syria. Over the next few years, the Islamic Caliphate rapidly expanded, capturing Jerusalem in 638 CE, Egypt in 642 CE, and large parts of North Africa shortly thereafter. Heraclius, who had once been hailed as the savior of the Byzantine Empire, witnessed the loss of many of the territories he had fought so hard to reclaim. By the time of his death in 641 CE, the Byzantine Empire had been reduced to a much smaller state, focused primarily on Anatolia, Greece, and the Balkans. The eastern provinces that had once formed the heart of the Roman and Byzantine empires were now permanently lost to the Islamic Caliphate. By the mid-7th century, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self. The rapid expansion of the Islamic Caliphate had stripped the empire of its richest and most populous provinces, including Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and large parts of North Africa. These regions, which had once been vital to the economic and cultural life of the empire, were now under the control of the Rashidun and later Umayyad caliphates. The loss of these provinces, combined with the devastation caused by decades of war with the Sassanid Empire and the plague, forced the Byzantine Empire to adapt or face collapse. The theme system became one of the most significant innovations of this period, allowing the Byzantine state to survive and even stabilize in the face of overwhelming challenges. The system had its origins in the military reforms initiated by Heraclius, but it was fully developed and expanded under his successors, particularly during the reigns of Constans II, 641 to 668 CE, and Constantine IV, 668 to 685 CE. The theme system essentially decentralized the empire's military and administrative functions, organizing the remaining Byzantine territories into military districts known as themes. Each theme was governed by a strategos, military commander, who had both civil and military authority over his region. The themes were designed to be self-sufficient military units, with the land distributed among soldiers who were expected to defend their own territories in exchange for plots of land. This shift from a centralized professional army to a more localized, militia-based defense system allowed the Byzantines to mobilize quickly in response to invasions and attacks. The theme system was crucial in preserving Byzantine control over Asia Minor, Greece, and the Balkans, the core territories of the empire after the loss of the eastern provinces. The Byzantine Empire continued to face relentless pressure from the Umayyad Caliphate, which succeeded the Rashidun Caliphate in 661 CE. The Umayyads, ruling from Damascus, launched several campaigns against the Byzantines, targeting Constantinople itself. The most significant of these occurred in 674 to 678 CE, when the Umayyads besieged Constantinople in an attempt to capture the city and deal a fatal blow to the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine defense, led by Emperor Constantine IV, was aided by the use of Greek fire, a highly effective incendiary weapon that played a key role in repelling the Arab fleet. After several years of siege, the Umayyads were forced to withdraw, and a peace treaty was negotiated. This victory was a critical turning point for the Byzantines, as it secured Constantinople and allowed the empire to regroup. Despite this success, the Byzantines remained on the defensive for much of the 7th and 8th centuries. Arab raids into Anatolia and the Aegean Sea continued, forcing the Byzantines to maintain a highly militarized society. At the same time, the empire faced challenges from the Bulgars in the Balkans, who had established a powerful kingdom in the Danube region and frequently raided Byzantine territories. While the military challenges were formidable, the Byzantine Empire during this period was also deeply divided by religious controversies, particularly the issue of iconoclasm. Iconoclasm, the rejection or destruction of religious images, became one of the most divisive issues in Byzantine history, pitting the iconoclasts, those who opposed the use of religious images, against the iconodules, those who supported the veneration of icons. The origins of the iconoclastic controversy are complex, but it emerged in the early 8th century during the reign of Emperor Leo III, 717 to 741 CE. Leo III, faced with ongoing military defeats, a struggling economy, and a series of natural disasters, believed that the Byzantine Empire was suffering from divine punishment. He and his supporters argued that the veneration of religious icons, which had become widespread in Byzantine religious practice, was a form of idolatry that offended God and had brought about the empire's misfortunes. In 726 CE, Leo III issued an edict banning the use of religious images in churches and public spaces, sparking a fierce debate within Byzantine society. Many clergy, monks, and laypeople opposed the emperor's decree, arguing that icons were an essential part of Christian worship and that they represented the divine presence. The iconodules believed that venerating icons was a legitimate expression of faith, and they pointed to the incarnation of Christ as a theological justification for the use of images. The enforcement of iconoclasm led to widespread persecution of those who refused to comply with the imperial edicts. Monasteries, which were strongholds of iconodule sentiment, were particularly targeted, and many monks were imprisoned, exiled, or executed. Churches were stripped of their icons, and religious art was destroyed. The Pope in Rome and much of the Western Church condemned the iconoclastic policies, further straining relations between the Byzantine Empire and the West. Iconoclasm reached its height during the reign of Constantine v. 741 to 775 CE, Leo III's son, who intensified the persecution of the iconodules. Constantine V saw iconoclasm as not only a religious reform but also a means of consolidating imperial power by breaking the influence of the monastic communities, which often resisted imperial authority. His policies were harsh, and many monasteries were closed or repurposed for secular use. Despite the iconoclasts' dominance during the 8th century, the controversy did not go uncontested. In regions where the emperor's authority was weaker, particularly in Italy and parts of the Balkans, the veneration of icons continued. Furthermore, the opposition to iconoclasm remained strong within the church itself, particularly among the patriarchs of Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Ansh, as well as the powerful monastic communities of Mount Athos. The iconoclastic controversy not only divided Byzantine society but also had significant political consequences. The emperor's iconoclastic policies alienated much of the Western Church, particularly the Pope, who viewed the destruction of religious images as heretical. This rift contributed to the growing estrangement between the Byzantine Empire and the papacy, a divide that would culminate in the Great Schism of 1054 CE. Iconoclasm came to an end in 787 CE with the Second Council of Nicaea, convened by Empress Irene, who ruled as regent for her young son, Constantine VI. Irene, a devout iconodule, sought to restore the veneration of icons as part of Orthodox Christian practice. The council, which was attended by representatives of both the Eastern and Western churches, formally condemned iconoclasm and affirmed the legitimacy of the use of religious images in worship. This marked the end of the first phase of iconoclasm, though the controversy would briefly resurface in the 9th century before being definitively resolved. The end of iconoclasm and the restoration of icon veneration brought a sense of religious unity back to the Byzantine Empire, but it also highlighted the deep political and theological divisions that continued to plague the empire. At the same time, the Byzantine military remained under pressure from external enemies, particularly the Arabs and Bulgars. Despite these challenges, the theme system allowed the empire to maintain a degree of stability and resilience, and the Byzantine state would continue to evolve in the centuries to come. The rise of the Macedonian dynasty began with the ascension of Basil I in 867 CE. Basil, who came from humble origins as a peasant in Macedonia, worked his way up through the imperial court, eventually becoming the chief advisor to Emperor Michael III. Basil, an ambitious and skilled political operator, eventually turned against Michael, assassinating him in 867 and declaring himself emperor. His reign marked the beginning of a new era of stability and prosperity for the Byzantine Empire, which had been weakened by internal religious strife and external threats in the preceding centuries. Basil I founded the Macedonian dynasty, which ruled the Byzantine Empire for nearly 2 centuries and presided over a period of revival known as the Byzantine Renaissance. One of Basil's primary goals was to restore the empire's military strength and reclaim lost territories. Under his leadership, the Byzantines launched successful campaigns against the Arabs in Sicily and southern Italy, as well as in the eastern Mediterranean. Basil also reformed the Byzantine legal system, compiling a new law code, the Basilica, which was based on Justinian's earlier Corpus Juris Civilis. Basil's successors continued his work, particularly his son, Leo VI the Wise, 886–912 CE, and his grandson, Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus, 913–959 CE. Leo VI was an intellectual emperor who expanded the empire's legal reforms and supported the revival of classical learning and scholarship. During his reign, the empire continued its military efforts, particularly against the Bulgarians and Arabs. However, it was during the reign of Constantine VII that the Byzantine Renaissance truly flourished. Constantine VII, known for his scholarly pursuits, presided over a cultural revival that saw the preservation and copying of ancient Greek and Roman texts. His court became a center of learning, and under his rule, Byzantine artists, architects, and scholars produced remarkable works that revived the traditions of classical antiquity. Constantine himself wrote several important works, including the De Administrando Imperio, a manual on governing the empire, and the De Ceremoniis, a guide to the elaborate court rituals of Constantinople. While the Macedonian emperors presided over a cultural renaissance, they also faced significant military challenges. One of the most persistent threats to the Byzantine Empire during this period was the Bulgarian Empire to the north. The Bulgarians, under their powerful ruler Simeon I, 893–927 CE, launched several invasions into Byzantine territory and sought to challenge Byzantine supremacy in the Balkans. Simeon's ambition was to be recognized as Emperor of the Bulgarians and the Romans, a title the Byzantines refused to grant. This led to a series of conflicts, known as the Byzantine-Bulgarian Wars, which lasted for much of the 9th and early 10th centuries. Despite Simeon's successes, the Byzantines ultimately prevailed under the leadership of John I Tzimiskes, 969–976 CE, and Basil II, 976–1025 CE. Basil II, often regarded as one of the greatest Byzantine emperors, earned the nickname Basil the Bulgar Slayer after his decisive victory over the Bulgarians at the Battle of Clydian in 1014 CE. After this victory, Basil consolidated Byzantine control over the Balkan Peninsula, and by the end of his reign, Bulgaria had been fully incorporated into the Byzantine Empire. Basil II's military successes also extended to the east, where he campaigned against the Fatimid Caliphate in Syria and Palestine, securing Byzantine dominance in the region. Basil II's reign marked the height of the Byzantine Empire's territorial expansion during the Macedonian dynasty. His victory solidified Byzantine control over much of the Balkans and the eastern Mediterranean, and his military reforms strengthened the empire's defenses. Under Basil, the Theme system remained the backbone of Byzantine military organization, and the empire's borders were well defended against external threats. However, the long-term stability of the Byzantine Empire was not guaranteed. After Basil II's death in 1025 CE, the empire entered a period of internal instability and external challenges. The successors of Basil II lacked his military and administrative prowess, and the empire's military power gradually declined. At the same time, new enemies began to emerge on the empire's borders, most notably the Seljuk Turks, a nomadic people from Central Asia who had recently converted to Islam. The Seljuk Turks posed a significant threat to Byzantine control over Anatolia, the empire's heartland. In 1071 CE, the Byzantine Empire suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Manzikert, where the Seljuk forces, led by Alp Arslan, decisively defeated the Byzantine army and captured Emperor Romanos for Diogenes. This defeat marked the beginning of the Byzantine Empire's decline in Asia Minor, as the Seljuks rapidly advanced into Anatolia, capturing key cities and establishing the Sultanate of Rum. In addition to the threat from the Seljuks, the Byzantines also faced growing tensions with the Western world. Relations between the Byzantine Empire and the papacy in Rome had been deteriorating for centuries, largely due to religious and political differences. The Great Schism of 1054 CE, in which the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church formally split, further exacerbated the division between East and West. This schism would have profound consequences for the future of the Byzantine Empire, particularly during the period of the Crusades, when Western European powers sought to exert their influence over the Eastern Mediterranean. After the death of Basil II in 1025 CE, the Byzantine Empire entered a period of decline marked by political instability, military defeats, and a series of weak emperors. Basil's successors lacked his administrative skill and military prowess, and the Byzantine court became increasingly dominated by intrigue and corruption. The empire's vast territorial gains during the Macedonian dynasty were slowly eroded as external enemies began to take advantage of the empire's weakening central authority. One of the first major threats to the empire during this period came from the Normans, a powerful group of warriors from Normandy in northern France who had settled in southern Italy. The Normans, under their leader Robert Guiscard, began to expand their control over Byzantine-held territories in southern Italy during the mid-11th century. By 1071 CE, the Normans had captured the Byzantine stronghold of Bari, marking the end of Byzantine rule in southern Italy. While the Normans were advancing in the west, the Seljuk Turks were posing an even greater threat to Byzantine control in Anatolia. The catastrophic defeat of the Byzantine army at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 CE was a turning point in Byzantine history. The defeat left much of Anatolia, the heartland of the empire, vulnerable to Turkish incursions. After the battle, the Seljuks rapidly expanded into central and eastern Anatolia, establishing the Sultanate of Rum and severing Byzantine control over vast swathes of territory. The loss of Anatolia was particularly devastating for the Byzantine Empire because this region had been the empire's most important source of manpower, wealth, and food. The empire was now geographically and economically weakened, and its military was in disarray. The Byzantine emperors who followed the disaster at Manzikert struggled to regain control, but internal divisions and external pressures continued to plague the empire. In the wake of these defeats, the Byzantine emperors turned to Western Europe for assistance. In 1095 CE, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos reigned 1081 to 1118 CE, a member of the Komnenos dynasty, appealed to Pope Urban II for military aid against the Seljuk Turks. Alexios' request for help would lead to one of the most significant events in medieval history, the launch of the First Crusade. Urban II, seeing an opportunity to extend papal influence and to heal the growing rift between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, issued a call to arms at the Council of Clermont in 1095 CE. He urged the knights of Western Europe to take up the cross and march to the Holy Land to liberate Jerusalem from Muslim rule. While the Pope's primary goal was to reclaim the Holy Land, the Byzantine Emperor hoped that the arrival of Western European knights would also help him reclaim Byzantine territories in Anatolia. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099 CE, was a success for the Western European forces, who captured Jerusalem in 1099 CE and established several Crusader states in the Levant. For the Byzantine Empire, however, the results were more mixed. Alexios I was able to recover some of the lost territories in Anatolia, particularly along the Aegean coast, but tensions between the Byzantines and the Western Crusaders quickly became apparent. The Crusaders viewed the Byzantines as untrustworthy, while the Byzantines saw the Crusaders as foreign interlopers with their own agendas. Despite these tensions, Alexios I and his successors managed to stabilize the Byzantine Empire during the Komnenian Restoration. Under Alexios I, his son John II Komnenos, 1118 to 1143 CE, and his grandson Manuel I Komnenos, 1143 to 1180 CE, the empire enjoyed a period of relative prosperity and military success. The Komnenian emperors were able to restore Byzantine control over parts of Anatolia, the Balkans, and the Aegean Sea, and they built strong alliances with the Venetians, who became important trading partners and naval allies. Manuel I Komnenos, in particular, sought to restore Byzantine prestige and power in the Mediterranean world. He led several successful campaigns against the Seljuks, Hungarians, and Normans, and he actively engaged with the Crusader states in the Levant. However, Manuel's ambitious foreign policy also overextended the empire's resources, and by the time of his death in 1180 CE, the Byzantine Empire was once again facing internal turmoil. The decades following Manuel's death were marked by political instability, as the Comnenian dynasty was succeeded by a series of weak and ineffective rulers. The empire's fragile alliances with Western powers, particularly the Venetians and Genoese, began to unravel, and tensions between the Byzantines and the Western Europeans reached new heights. These tensions culminated in the infamous Fourth Crusade, 1202–1204 CE. The Fourth Crusade was originally intended to conquer Egypt, which had become the center of Muslim power in the eastern Mediterranean. However, due to a series of political and financial complications, the Crusaders, who were heavily indebted to Venice, diverted their attention to Constantinople. The Venetians, who had long-standing commercial interests in the Byzantine capital, encouraged the Crusaders to attack the city. In 1204 CE, the Fourth Crusade culminated in the sack of Constantinople, one of the most shocking and destructive events in medieval history. The Crusaders, who had once been allies of the Byzantine Empire, turned against it with brutal force. Constantinople, the richest and most splendid city in Christendom, was subjected to 3 days of looting, burning, and violence. Thousands of Byzantine citizens were killed, churches and monasteries were desecrated, and countless priceless works of art, manuscripts, and religious relics were destroyed or stolen. The Hagia Sophia, the greatest church in Christendom, was ransacked, and many of its treasures were carried off to Western Europe. Following the sack, the Crusaders divided the remnants of the Byzantine Empire among themselves, establishing the short-lived Latin Empire of Constantinople, which would last until 1261 CE. The Venetians, who had orchestrated much of the crusade, took control of key Byzantine ports and islands, establishing a commercial empire in the eastern Mediterranean. Meanwhile, the surviving Byzantine aristocracy retreated to the city of Nicaea, where they established the Empire of Nicaea, one of several Byzantine successor states that continued to resist the Latin occupation. The sack of Constantinople in 1204 marked the beginning of the end for the Byzantine Empire. Although the Byzantines would eventually reclaim the city in 1261 CE, under the leadership of the Palaiologos dynasty, the empire was never able to fully recover from the devastation. Constantinople, once the jewel of the medieval world, was left in ruins, and the Byzantine state was reduced to a small, fractured entity, constantly under threat from both Western European powers and the rising Ottoman Turks. After the Fourth Crusade and the sack of Constantinople in 1204 CE, the Byzantine Empire was shattered into several successor states, the most important of which were the Empire of Nicaea, the Empire of Trebizond, and the Despotate of Epirus. The Latin Empire of Constantinople, established by the Crusaders, ruled from the Byzantine capital but was weak and unstable. The Venetians, who had played a key role in the crusade, seized control of important Byzantine islands and ports, such as Crete and Corfu, cementing their dominance over Byzantine trade routes in the eastern Mediterranean. The Empire of Nicaea, founded by the Byzantine aristocracy under the Lascaris dynasty, emerged as the most successful of the Byzantine successor states. Based in the city of Nicaea, modern-day Iznik, Turkey, the Nicaean emperors focused on restoring Byzantine territory in Asia Minor and eventually reclaiming Constantinople. Under the leadership of emperors such as John III Vatatzes, 1221–1254 CE, and Michael VIII Palaiologos, 1259–1282 CE, the Nicaean Empire gradually regained strength, defeating rival Byzantine factions and reclaiming territories from the Latin Empire and the Seljuk Turks. In 1261 CE, Michael VIII Palaiologos achieved a major victory by retaking Constantinople from the weakened Latin Empire. Michael's reconquest marked the restoration of the Byzantine Empire, though it was now a much diminished state, confined primarily to parts of Thrace, Macedonia, and Asia Minor, along with a few scattered Aegean islands. Michael VIII became the founder of the Palaiologos dynasty, which would rule the Byzantine Empire for nearly 2 centuries, from 1261 until the empire's final collapse in 1453 CE. Although the Palaiologos dynasty succeeded in restoring Byzantine rule in Constantinople, the empire was never able to regain its former power and influence. The Byzantine Empire in the late 13th and 14th centuries was a weakened and fractured state, surrounded by powerful enemies and plagued by internal divisions. The most serious threat came from the Ottoman Turks, a rising power in Anatolia that gradually expanded its territory at the expense of the Byzantines and other Christian states in the region. The Ottomans, originally a small Turkish principality founded by Osman I in the late 13th century, quickly grew into a formidable empire. Under the leadership of Osman's successors, particularly Orhan and Murad I, the Ottomans established control over much of Anatolia and began to push into the Balkans, where they defeated the Serbs and Bulgarians. The Byzantine Empire, now reduced to Constantinople and a few isolated territories, was powerless to stop the Ottoman advance. Throughout the 14th century, the Byzantine emperors made several attempts to secure military assistance from Western Europe, particularly from the papacy and the Christian kingdoms. However, the political and religious divisions between the Byzantine Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church, exacerbated by the Great Schism of 1054 CE, made it difficult to forge a lasting alliance. While some Western rulers were sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, most were either preoccupied with their own conflicts, such as the 100 Years' War between France and England, or wary of involving themselves in Byzantine affairs. In a bid to secure Western military aid, some Byzantine emperors, including John V Palaiologos and Manuel II Palaiologos, sought to negotiate a union between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. In 1439 CE, at the Council of Florence, Byzantine and Roman Catholic leaders formally agreed to reunify the churches under papal authority. However, this union was deeply unpopular among the Byzantine clergy and populace, who viewed it as a betrayal of Orthodox traditions. As a result, the union was never fully implemented, and the hoped-for Western military aid failed to materialize in any significant way. By the mid-15th century, the Byzantine Empire was in dire straits. The empire's territory had been reduced to Constantinople, parts of the Peloponnese, known as the Despotate of the Morea, and a few isolated outposts in the Aegean. The Ottoman Turks, now under the leadership of Sultan Mehmed II, were determined to conquer Constantinople and end the Byzantine Empire once and for all. In 1453 CE, Mehmed II, also known as Mehmed the Conqueror, launched a massive siege of Constantinople. The city, defended by a small Byzantine force under Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos, was vastly outnumbered and outgunned by the Ottoman army, which included tens of thousands of troops and advanced artillery, including enormous cannons designed to breach Constantinople's legendary walls. The Byzantine defenders, numbering only a few thousand, were supplemented by a small contingent of Genoese and Venetian mercenaries, but they stood little chance against the overwhelming Ottoman forces. The siege of Constantinople lasted from April 6 to May 29, 1453. Despite a valiant defense, the Byzantine forces were eventually overwhelmed. On the morning of May 29, after a final, massive assault on the city's walls, the Ottomans breached the defenses, and Constantinople fell. According to legend, Emperor Constantine XI died fighting alongside his soldiers, refusing to flee the city as it was overrun by the Ottomans. With his death, the last emperor of the Roman Empire perished, bringing to an end a political entity that had existed for nearly 1,500 years. The fall of Constantinople was a watershed moment in world history. It marked the final collapse of the Byzantine Empire, the end of the Roman Empire, and the beginning of a new era dominated by the Ottoman Empire. Mehmed II made Constantinople the new capital of his empire, renaming it Istanbul and transforming it into the heart of the Ottoman world. The city became a thriving center of Islamic culture, trade, and scholarship, while the Hagia Sophia, the great Byzantine cathedral, was converted into a mosque. The fall of Constantinople also had profound consequences for Western Europe. The Byzantine Empire had long served as a buffer between Europe and the Muslim world, and its collapse opened the door for Ottoman expansion into the Balkans and Central Europe. Over the next century, the Ottomans would continue to advance into Europe, eventually reaching the gates of Vienna in 1529 CE. The fall of Constantinople also contributed to the migration of Greek scholars to Western Europe, where they played a key role in the Renaissance, helping to revive classical Greek and Roman learning. The legacy of the Byzantine Empire endured long after its fall. The Byzantines had preserved and transmitted the cultural, legal, and intellectual heritage of the Roman Empire to later generations. Byzantine art, architecture, and religious traditions continued to influence the Orthodox Christian world, particularly in Russia, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. The Byzantine legal system, particularly Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis, became the foundation of legal traditions in both the Eastern and Western worlds. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE marked the end of an era, but the Byzantine Empire's contributions to the development of European and world history remain significant. From its origins as the Eastern Roman Empire to its long struggle for survival against external and internal challenges, Byzantium played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world and bridging the ancient and modern eras.